Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's a, yeah. Yeah, we're all good. Might be only one.
Good morning, please be seated. All right, good morning. Happy Friday. Welcome back to Docket 23-1102. Looking forward to a productive Friday here. Do we have any administrative matters, Attorney Vanor?
Good morning. We have several of the outstanding read-ins that we can provide this morning.
Awesome. Let's go.
Good morning, Mr. Hurwitz. Could you read in M, please?
Certainly. Read-in M requested the 2020 plant in service beginning balance in rate year 3 of SCG's last rate case, docket number 170542. The rate year 3 or 2020 plant in service beginning balance in SCG's initial filing was approximately $1,028,240,000 as reflected on Schedule B 1.0 C in that proceeding.
Thank you. And could you please provide read-in L, please?
Of course. Read-in L requested clarification of how the $540.7 million figure quoted on page 17 of the direct testimony of the revenue requirements panel was calculated. To calculate that approximate amount, the company compared the rate year 3 ending plant balance as reflected in the filed version of Schedule B 1.0C in SCG's last rate case to the rate year ending plant balance in this case as reported in the company's Schedule B 1.0.
Thank you, Mr. Hurwitz. And do you also have a clarification regarding read-in E?
I do. Read-in E requested the beginning plant balance in rate year 3 for docket number 180516. Ms. Wakefield provided that read-in the April 24th PM transcript at page 34. The number Ms. Wakefield read in was correct, but upon rereading the transcript, we want to make clear that the number she read in was in thousands of dollars. For clarity, the correct number is approximately $1,063,959,000.
Thank you.
Thank you. With that, I believe we have read-in N outstanding. And
Okay.
we're still working to provide that information.
Thank you. Any other administrative matters?
That's all we have.
Thank you. Any other administrative matters from other parties and interveners?
I do, Chairman. I have a question about, it's another consultant availability question, but the good news is it's not based on limitation of availability. Our depreciation consultant, Mr. Dunkel, is generally available, but we're just trying to figure out, he does need to travel here from out of state. So given the kind of adjustments to the schedule and the speed of the hearing, just not sure. I'm hoping maybe the commission could give the authority could give us some help of guessing when he might be needed for cross.
Maybe at the end of today's hearing.
Thank you.
Can revisit anything further?
No.
Attorney Long? Oh, okay. I'm sorry. My original notes indicated that he was available just next week. Okay. Who has cross for him? OCC has cross. And Attorney Long, remind me, is he a witness on more than just your capital investments panel?
If it helps, we'd be happy to just ask whatever questions we have during his appearance on that panel.
Okay, let me pose this. The only party with cross listed affirmatively for the Sierra Club Conservation Law Foundation Capital Investments Panel is the OCC. So we can either take Attorney Will's suggestion and pose those questions during the Clean Energy Panel, or I can take those panels out of order Tuesday morning, because I do think we'll probably finish capital investments Monday otherwise. Is there a preference?
I think my preference would be that we make sure that Tuesday we have enough time to do ROE. And maybe at the end of that day, if there's time, we could, the OCC could do their cross of Mr. Sebulko, or during the clean energy panel. The company, I don't expect we are going to have any cross for him. So,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. Thank you. Let's tentatively plan to take his cross during the clean energy panel, which if we got to it, it would be Tuesday afternoon, but probably more likely Wednesday morning. So that. Okay, thank you. If any other party, no other party affirmatively listed cross for that panel, if another party or intervener has an objection to what I just outlined, then I'd ask that you flag it when we come back from the lunch break. Otherwise, we'll proceed as that planned. Okay, thank you. Anything else? All right, if not, let's resume cross for the CNG gas operations panel with the Office of Consumer Counsel. Attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello again, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Just going to jump right back in where I left off yesterday. So I was going to go to page 26 of the initial testimony. I'm looking specifically at line 18. And I'm just waiting to make sure everyone's there before I ask to speak, please. Thank you. So the line says because leak prone, well, it says LPP, but I believe that means leak prone pipe. So because leak prone pipe infrastructure is among the oldest infrastructure on the system, it often correlates to the older areas of the CNG franchise. These older areas overlap with some of the more distressed communities. Why is it that the older areas of the system overlap with some more distressed communities?
That's where the gas system started, was from these older communities, where it's first built.
But you say older communities, and the testimony says distressed communities. So I'm just curious, does that mean, what's the correlation between older communities and distressed communities?
I think the downtown areas, the areas where these, systems first evolved are today some of the more distressed communities in our service territory.
Okay. Can you give an example of the communities you're referencing?
These also tend to be areas where there's multi-unit housing, where there's not single home ownership in those areas. So we're talking the areas that are traditionally the urban areas is where the gas companies originally started.
Okay. Can you give an example of some of those urban areas for CNG?
For CNG, it'd be the city of New Britain, city of Hartford would be a couple of prime examples.
Okay. Thank you. Does the company in planning, this might be a better question for the next panel, but in planning leak-prone pipe replacement, does the company prioritize replacements in those distressed communities because they're distressed communities?
No, the company prioritized based on risk.
Okay. And that risk of failure of leak.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Page 28 of the testimony generally discusses attrition due to retirements. There's a statement that the issue is compounded by an industry-wide scarcity of new skilled personnel to backfill positions. And also kind of talks about the increased demand for skilled labor. So generally, it sounds like there's an issue with experienced employees retiring and the company having trouble finding new staff to replace the retired positions.
That's correct.
Okay. And page 28 also notes that the incremental staffing proposal is a key part of maintaining essential staffing. I guess my question is, it's an incremental staffing proposal intended to resolve the issue of the retirements and trouble finding new staff?
No, it's not. Incremental staffing is for our, as requested in our testimony. It's, to um, to complete some of the work that has been increased throughout the time. You know, examples from inspections, from our leak repair numbers being decreased due to certain dockets that have been provided by the state.
Okay. So the incremental positions are to perform incremental work. Is that a fair characterization?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Page 31 of the testimony on line 16 specifically talks about supply chain issues and notes that there's a premium on qualified resources. Do you have a sense of what level of premium those supply chain issues have applied to qualified resources?
Yeah, leak survey, corrosion control inspections, those types of work. Some of the technical services.
Thank you. So the reference to a premium, does that means that those services have become more expensive?
They have.
And that's as a result of the supply chain issues?
At points, correct.
Okay. And
And it's not just supplies and materials, it's also capabilities of personnel. So, you know, you look at a corrosion control 5-10 years ago, that might have been easier to find personnel who had that background or knowledge. Now it's become a little bit more scarce to find personnel with that information.
okay. Still on page 31, I'm just trying to focus on the first couple of sentences here where it says supply chain disruptions, at least partially due to the pandemic, have significantly distressed the availability and delivery schedules of key materials. While the pandemic has passed, residual effects on the supply chain have not completely diminished. I guess my question is, has the company quantified the additional cost of those residual effects of the supply chain issues from the pandemic?
As far as the cost specifically, not exactly. There's a cost of the timing of it, though. Now, for example, the ERTs that we have on our meter sets right now get a similar model for them. They currently have an 80-week backlog that is still, transitioning from the pandemic. So there's still some difficulties in receiving some critical materials.
Thank you. So I understand that. I'm going to try not to repeat my first question, but it seems like what this testimony is explaining is that there's a supply chain issue stemming from the pandemic. The residual effects have still not diminished, and that's creating what's referenced here as a premium on the supply chain. So I'm just trying to put has the company calculated a number of that premium, like a dollar figure?
You know, and I think when it comes to outside resources, we've done, done bidding for those resources, and we've seen significant cost increases result from those competitive bids, upwards of 30-40% over historical numbers.
Okay. And that's for bids that are inclusive of labor and materials.
Correct.
Okay. And are those increased bids filed in the record in a way that demonstrates the increase? Like, does the record include bids for pre-pandemic that are comparable to the bids that are in the record now?
Attorney Wheel, just to clarify, is there a discovery response that you're asking about? Like, because it's hard to figure out from that question, just like the bids. I'm not sure if
Sure.
that gives them enough to go on.
No, there's no discovery response. I'm asking about the statements in the initial testimony making a claim that there's been an increase in costs. So I'm just asking that if the company has demonstrated that increase anywhere in the record.
We're looking for the interrogatories that had answered several of those questions.
Sure.
OCC 143 covers the RFP and the increases that were shown.
So OCC 143 shows a 30 to 40% increase in costs over historical costs.
OCC 434 and 435 cover the leak survey, for example, that show those increases specific to the 40% that was mentioned earlier.
Okay. Thank you. Moving on to page 31 of the initial testimony. This also references, just let me find a line. So yeah, page 31, starting at line 21. Says costs associated with more stringent local ordinances and gives the example of soil disposal, paving, restorations, specifications, and state regulations, and gives the example of operator qualifications are unavoidable aspects of performing gas operations. Has there been an increase in those costs over historical costs?
Yeah, so the state of Connecticut DOT has changed their permanent paving standards. Previously, they were allowing us to put back a permanent restoration thickness of 9 inches. Now they want us to meet existing. So if you have some state roads that are out there that have been overlaid, year after year after year, time after time, we could be looking at 14 or 16 inches of asphalt we have to put back instead of the regular 9 that we had been putting back before. We're also doing soil remediations out there as well for interpretation of Connecticut codes for soil disposal.
In addition to those, we have a uniform natural gas leak classification docket 2219 that modified the repair timeframes for class 2s and class 3s and decreased the amount for the companies. And that increased our number of leak repairs that we'd have to do.
Okay. Thank you. For soil remediation, have the standards for remediation become more stringent?
I believe it was our interpretation of the standards that we believe is more stringent.
Okay. We're talking about soil remediation, or you're referencing generally if there's a leak on the system. Under what circumstances would there need to be soil remediation?
So our soil management process is, as we excavate, we remove portions of that. When we do the removal, that soil will then be recycled and brought back out. Once it's confirmed that it's clean soil, it will be brought back out to us. And with that now has a cost. Prior to that, years ago, the practice was to excavate, do our installation, and then use the existing soil, backfill the area, and get to a completed task. And again, not inclusive of the paving section that Mr. Dion referred.
Okay, so it sounds like there's like a testing cost at the outset. And then if the soil is contaminated, does the company have to pay to remediate, or does the landowner have to pay for that?
Well, at this point, the company pays for the remediation. We're the ones who excavate on the road. We're the ones who are taking care, pulling it out. And therefore we're, again, from our interpretation, that's what we're responsible for.
In most cases, the landowner is the municipality or the city. There's the excavations that are occurring within the right of way, and the permit requires us to take certain steps around remediation.
And it's not just the cost of the testing, it's also the cost of now trucking it from the excavation location to another site, storing it, getting it tested, pulling it back from that site after it's recycled and bringing it back into.
Okay. Maybe I'm getting confused with the term remediation. Is if there's contamination, does the company have to, what's referred in the industry as soil chase, meaning like dig the soil that's below what's been excavated to determine the extent of a contamination? Or are you just talking about remediating the soil that's been removed from the site?
We're talking about remediating the soil from the site.
Okay, understood. Page 33 of the testimony, line 5 says that while the economics of alternatives to natural gas are likely to improve, particularly with rebates and incentives, the basic value proposition for natural gas consumers remains formidable. Are rebates and incentives the only mechanisms that are likely to improve the economics of alternatives to natural gas?
Can you repeat that question, please?
Sure. Are rebates and incentives the only mechanisms likely to improve the economics of alternatives to natural gas?
It's tough to see into the future, as far as what costs, may be, but certainly natural gas is quite affordable today. And, alternatives to that, we feel like need subsidies in order to be competitive with natural gas.
Okay.
That may change as technologies evolve and so forth.
And what alternatives do you have in mind for the statement that you just made?
Ground source heat pumps, geothermal installations, electrification.
Okay.
Things of that nature.
And the basic value proposition that's referenced here for natural gas, is that the cost of the gas itself you're referencing?
All in service, all in natural gas service.
Okay. Is the company seeking a rate increase in this proceeding?
We are.
Does the company expect to seek rate decreases in future proceedings?
Objection. That calls for speculation.
Well, it's responsive to the statement that the proposition for natural gas consumers remains formidable, which itself is a speculation into the future. I'm just asking for clarification on that speculation.
I think it's made in the context of a one-year rate application.
Well, then I'll ask the witness, is the statement, the basic value proposition for natural gas consumers remains formidable, limited to a single year?
We think natural gas is an affordable option for our customers, whether it be 1 year or into the future.
Okay, so into the future, does the company expect to seek rate decreases?
I don't know what the company would plan, moving forward.
So if you don't know what the company can plan, then what's the basis for your expectation of the affordability of gas all in the future? On the market today. So that's the gas, the supply cost today?
Correct.
But didn't you say a moment ago that you were referencing the all-in cost of gas?
Correct.
Inclusive of the distribution
costs? The supply portion is a large percentage of that.
Okay.
What I'm saying is it's tough for other alternatives to compete with the affordability that natural gas offers.
Understood. Page 35 of the testimony. Line 14 says CNG serves a large number of customers within the low pressure portion of the delivery system. And I saw the footnote there. I was just curious, just a practical question, like what causes sort of I'm unfamiliar with the concept of there being like a portion of the delivery system that's low pressure. Can you just explain what that means?
When manufactured gas was originally created, the delivery pressure in the mains was essentially the same pressure that was used by the appliances within the house. You know, as we adopted and went into getting our natural gas pipelines coming up, natural gas resources, the pressures came in at a higher pressure. We're able to afford, we had affordability of installing smaller diameter facilities as well to serve those same customers. But a lot of those existing facilities that were there, you know, in the 50s and prior still exist out there. So there's still quite a bit of low pressure gas distribution system out there. It's operating at approximately a quarter pound, you know, PSI pressure.
Okay. So the reference here to like a portion of the system isn't like, there's not like an isolated part of the distribution network that has low pressure. It's more of a reference to portions of the system that are low pressure. Is that?
We have various sections in there. It isn't one continuous segment of our systems now.
Okay, thank you. Page 36. References Telog units. And I understand from the testimony that those units provide diagnostic data on pressure conditions. How do those Telog units work?
The units are tied or connected to our service system at specific locations and provide information of that system, its pressures within that system on a timely fashion.
Okay. Is that like a permanently installed meter of some kind, or are they movable?
These Telog units are unlike our telemetry stations, which are specific to our regulator stations or gate stations. These are movable, so we can identify issues and, you know, look for repairs associated to those.
Okay. And there's a reference on on the same page, line 13 here, that says, while the company is not seeking specific incremental resources at this time, a continuing exposure to the current volatility that could result in the need for intensive efforts. Is that statement, what do you mean by not seeking specific incremental resources at this time?
I think the concern we're trying to address is the potential for electric rolling blackouts and the impact that would have on our low pressure system. So if that event would occur in the winter during a peak day, you know, we could lose potentially thousands of customers and have to open up warming shelters and the like. So it could be a catastrophic situation. So it's an issue that we've been dealing with through these Telog units, getting things deployed out there and other means to try and address that potential.
Okay. Thanks. I did read the description. It was super interesting, actually, the effects on the pressure from potential electric blackouts. I just was curious, like, is the statement that I just referenced about seeking incremental resources, I understand it to mean that for now, the company is comfortable that these Telog units are providing the information necessary, but this is sort of a forward-looking statement saying that this might not be sufficient in the future?
I don't think that statement just relates solely to the Telog units. It relates to that whole section that we're discussing about the possible implications from the blackout or rolling blackout scenario.
Okay. Are these Telog units in rate base?
Just a moment.
Yes, it's in rate base. The material, as as purchased as capitalized material, but the installation falls under operational expense.
Okay. I looked at CNG CIP 4, which recognizing that's the capital planning panel's document, but it's the support for existing plant additions. And I just searched for TELOG units. I couldn't find anything there. Is there a way I could locate those using a different term?
We take a read in on that.
Sure.
Okay, think we're up to read in O. We read P, thank you. Okay, so read in P is how to search for Kellogg centers,
Yeah, it's TELOG units.
Kellogg's.
Yep. Actually, I'll ask the panel, is TELOG short for something? It's okay if you don't know, I was just curious. Okay. I don't need that in the record, I was just
Yeah,
curious.
I believe it's a name brand, to be
Okay.
honest with you.
Last question about those units before I finally move on. Do they play any role in leak detection? Does the pressure sensing have any leak detection?
No, they do not.
Okay, thank you. I have some questions about exhibit GOP 3.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that? GOP?
3. It's the breakdown for the justification for the incremental FTEs. Was filed with the initial testimony. Specifically, it's CNG GOP 3.
Got it.
Where there's a job title, there's a column on the left-hand side here labeled job title. And I noticed that a couple of those job titles include a parenthetical saying bargaining unit. When I see that parenthetical, for instance, in the corrosion tech position, which is under the field systems operations section, I assume that means that's a union position. Is that accurate?
That's correct.
Okay. Am I correct then in counting that there's a total of 6 union positions in this exhibit?
No, I believe for this, we are at 21 union positions.
Oh, is that, so are there some positions here that are union positions, but that don't include that bargaining unit parenthetical?
Correct. So for example, row 30, row 28 dispatcher, row 29 meter pressure regulation technician, those 5 meter and service technicians. There are several throughout the.
Thank you. And you said what was the total union positions in this exhibit?
It's 21 for CNG, so that's 51% of the 41 being requested are bargaining unit positions.
Okay, thank you. My question was going to be why there was only 15% here based on the parenthetical, so that helps explain that. I was trying to determine the total compensation cost for this particular subset of FTEs. And I did look at the compensation benefit panel exhibit. I couldn't figure out how to get it to line up. Would that be a better question for that panel?
When you say the cost, the revenue requirement impact,
Yes.
we provided several data request responses quantifying the effect of one incremental FTE on the revenue requirement. One example would be RRU 129, RRU 471 provides similar information.
Thank you. And I think I asked this yesterday. I don't recall the specifics and I don't recall the panel, but I think the questioning sort of ended up becoming irrelevant as I recall. But if I were to multiply these 41 employees against that figure, that would be the revenue requirement impact.
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm going to backtrack, going back to the pre-filed testimony. On page 5, there's just a reference there to how CNG service technicians complete, it says about 80,000 field visits for all types of meter activities and perform, sounds like meters and inspections or attempted inspections of meters and services. Do you see that?
What row is that?
Just a second.
I think you were back on the testimony, right?
Yes, I am. I'm on page 6 of the testimony, starting on page 5 of the testimony, line 15, leading into the top of page 6.
I'm there. Sorry.
Okay. So the gas operations unit has employees who inspect meters.
Correct. As part of their work.
Okay. Do they also have employees who install meters?
Correct.
Okay.
It's part of that work.
Are you familiar with the term unregistered meter?
Yes.
Are you familiar with a meter issue that occurred at 73 Bronson Road in Avon?
No, I am not.
Okay. Have you ever heard of an issue where a customer gets a new meter and is accidentally not billed for service for that meter?
Can you repeat the question?
Are you aware of any situation where a customer is hooked up for new service with a new meter and is inadvertently not billed for that service?
Yes, that's the scenario at 73 Bronson Road.
Okay. So you are familiar with that scenario at 73 Bronson Road?
I was just notified of that.
Okay. I have some questions about unregistered meters generally, but I'm recognizing that the reason I'm asking this panel is because of the reference to meter installations, recognizing it's also a billing issue. So I guess my question is, would questions about that be better passed to the customer service panel, perhaps?
Depending on the questions.
Okay. Do you know how many unregistered meters there are on CNG's system?
That would fall under the customer service panel.
Okay. And you did note a second ago that you're generally familiar with the term unregistered meter. Can you define what that term means?
A meter which was installed and not assigned to an account for a customer.
Okay. And is it your understanding that that meter is active, meaning that like gas is flowing through an unregistered meter?
That is a possibility.
Okay. And if there's a meter where there's gas flowing through it and it's not assigned to a particular customer, is the company receiving revenue for that service?
Not if it is unregistered and not identified, it would not be receiving revenue. Correct.
Okay. So the cost for the gas that flows through unregistered, unidentified meters, that whatever gas flows through them, would that come out in the lost and unaccounted for gas expense?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you know whether the company has quantified the level of lost and unaccounted for gas that's attributable to unregistered meters?
We quantify lost and unaccounted for gas, but I don't believe we quantify to specific meters, but we do report that to Commission or Pura on a regular basis.
Yeah, thanks. Is the company able to quantify how much of the lost and unaccounted for gas that's reported is attributable to unregistered meters?
Yeah, that question would go to the customer service panel. They have the details on that information.
Okay. Thank you.
I do want to make one clarification on previous statement. We do back bill once they are identified. I think I mentioned if they are unidentified, but once they become identified, we do back bill the customer for the usage.
Thank you. And this might be a question also for the customer service panel, but are there unregistered meters on the system now that have not yet been identified?
That would fall under the customer service panel.
Thank you. This also, I suspect, is a customer service panel question, but I just want to make sure. Do you know how the company is able to identify unregistered meters?
Same response, customer service panel.
Okay. And that, one moment. That's OCC's last question for this panel. I will add, I noted there was no one else who had affirmative cross, so we can just stay here unless someone else. Oh, I remember Attorney Long, so we'll get up.
Okay. Thank you. I do actually think authority staff are going to have questions, so we will call the authority staff up, please. Bless you.
Good morning. My name's Kate Keenan. I'm a staff attorney at the Public Utilities Regulatory Authority.
Good morning.
My first question is, does lost and unaccounted for gas reporting fall under the technical service organization, the gas compliance and operational performance group, or another group within gas operations?
Gas compliance and operational performance group provides a dashboard that highlights the lost and unaccounted for numbers.
Thank you. Can you please describe at a high level the process by which the company tracks and reports lost gas?
We have a monthly report that we do put together that focuses on meters, aging of the meters, aging of the accounts, and tracks are lost and unaccounted for. And we do provide periodic reports to Pura. I'm not sure if they're quarterly or monthly. Customer service panel may be able to answer that better than I, but we do have an extensive dashboard highlighting lost and unaccounted for gas.
Where is this information filed?
Can we take a read in on that?
Sure.
Okay, that's reading Q.
It's a file that we submit to Pura. We need to get a read in on the docket number and information associated to it.
Thank you. Is the company proposing any material changes to the way it tracks and reports LOF in this rate application?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Is the company proposing any material change to the way in which it tracks and records LOF in this rate application?
Not that I'm aware of.
Thank you. Do the key performance indicators requested by OCC yesterday as late, I believe it was late file exhibit 63, include reporting or KPIs regarding LOF gas?
Yeah, lost and unaccounted for is not part of the KPIs, but internally we do provide senior leadership with our reporting for loft on a regular basis. But it's not part of our KPIs.
For the gas operations group. So loss unaccounted for is not part of the KPIs for the gas panel or our organization that gets reported elsewhere and upward.
But you do have KPIs for LOF?
The company does.
Would it be possible to have those submitted as a late file exhibit?
Yeah, what I was saying was they were not part of the OCC request, but we do track very closely lost and unaccounted for gas, and we review that with senior management, I believe, on a monthly basis. And I'm happy to provide that as a late file if you'd like.
Thank you.
Okay, and Attorney Keenan, to clarify, are we looking just for the template along with a specific example?
Yes.
Okay, so late file exhibit 64 would to
For the LAUF gas report, it is 22-01-14, docket number 23-03-02.
okay, so that was reading Q. Thank you. So late file exhibit 64 is to provide a copy of the company's template LOF gas KPIs, as well as an example, a recent example of that completed template, please.
Thank you. The next question is regarding table 6 on page 19 of the panel's pre-filed testimony. Does the company now have 12 months actual results for the 2023 available management of grade 2 leaks? I believe there's only 9 months provided in the table.
I'm sorry, I just got there. Can you repeat the question?
Sorry. Does the company now have 12 months actual results for the 2023 available for management of grade 2 leaks? I believe it goes up to 9 months. Do you have the remaining information?
We do. We do.
Can you provide that as,
Late file 65
That'd be great. Thank you.
And Attorney Keenan, what was the reference again, please?
12 months.
No, I'm
Oh,
sorry.
oh, sorry. Table 6 on page 19 of the pre-filed testimony. Update it for actual results for 2023 for management of grade 2 leaks.
I believe there was a interrogatory, just let me look at that. We'll do a reading on that. Sorry. Can't find the,
We have a late filed exhibit request that we understand, and we'll provide that.
Delete that. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
Thank you.
Thank you. My last question is, to what extent do gas operations KPIs impact compensation for union employees, non-union employees, and executives?
I'd say the completion of the KPIs or meeting our KPIs are an important part of my compensation, the management's compensation, but I think the details of that are best served in the comp and benefits panel, or best provided by the comp and benefit panel.
Okay, thank you. That was my last question.
You, Mr. Baker.
Good morning, Carl Baker, Authority staff. I'd like to start with your response to interrogatory ENG 028.
we're there.
Okay, great. So in item A, this one is complicated because it spawns from a prior interrogatory, engineering 8A. You made a statement in your response to 8A regarding historical work performed by union employees that is no longer performed by union employees. So in ENG 028A, we asked for you to provide examples of that historical work. I can't see in the response provided where you have provided examples of historical work that used to be performed by union employees that is now no longer performed. So I'm asking you, could you point that out to me in the response where that would be?
I believe in the response, excuse me, I believe in the response, we showed the union forces performing the work of service installations, service abandonments, tie-ins and such.
Yeah, I would agree. It, as a matter of fact, there's a highlighted section here. You say, with respect to the request to identify the union's performance of main and service installations, tie-in work and event work, I don't see anywhere in our interrogatory request that we requested you to provide that data. What we did ask you to provide was what you stated in your previous response, the historical work that used to be performed that is now no longer performed. Seems like to me a very simple question, like historically they installed mains, today they don't. That's an example. So I'm just asking you, based on your response to 8A, you said they used to historically perform this work. They don't. Can you provide me examples of that work?
Of historical time when they were performing the main installation work? Is that what the question?
Your response to 8A. Okay, why don't we start there? We quoted it. But when you get to 8A, I will read the piece of the quote that matters. It says, you wrote, more specifically, the article in question applies to a specific circumstance in which the company hires contractors to perform work that has historically been performed by collectively bargained employees.
So for
we're asking-
examples of that, so examples of that would be,
We're just asking in 28 for that historical work. I'm asking you, I can't find it in your response. Instead, what I see is work that is currently performed. That's not responsive to the question. So again, very simple. What historical work used to be performed that's no longer being performed?
Yeah, you know, I think over time, I think, you know, the company employees did all the work, right? And as the system expanded, the need for gas, you know, continued to grow. Contractors were brought in to help support those efforts. So I think, you know, in my experience, you know, gas companies 50, 60, 70, 80 years ago did it all. And then as the companies grew, the contractors are brought in because oftentimes, as you know, the company crews would be called away for emergencies, couldn't get the production needed. So we would bring in contractors that could focus on that work and get it done. So I think that position has just evolved over time since really gas companies came into existence.
Okay, and I appreciate that response. Are you testifying that that is what you were talking about here? Because I hear, I think, but I want to know, I mean, you wrote it, historical work. I mean, I would assume there was a list or something, but I will take that we're talking stuff 50 or 60 years ago. I was thinking maybe we were talking about stuff before the last contract change or something, but okay, but I need to know, is that absolutely what this references?
yeah, this is not referencing the last contract change. It wouldn't be changes that occurred. It's changes that occurred over a period of time. So examples, our leak survey program, like Mr. Langland mentioned, leak survey at one point was covered by internal personnel. Now it's being covered primarily by external personnel. Our main installation process, although we have the capabilities to install main, was at one point solely the work of our internal personnel. Now, over time, that has become, a combination, primarily served by our contractors or other suppliers.
Fair enough. Thank you. Now let's move on to your response to ENG 028B. So in our request to B, there was items I through IX. Some of those you could provide, some of those you couldn't based on your system, we understand. But item VI, type of work performed during overtime, I did not see any narrative about that, and I didn't see it in the spreadsheet. Is there a reason, is that not able to be provided?
So in the attachment for 028, we do have the work type that's in there. Is that not what you were looking for? And the thing, the way our schedule would work, when we send them out there to perform particular work, on that particular day, we don't get down to the granularity of whether they are actually physically performing a tie-in. If they performed a tie-in the previous day, they're going back to do the backfill and compaction or whatnot. We felt what we were giving you was the level of granularity that you were looking for. Apparently not.
I go back to, what was the first words that you said? We provided what data?
Work type.
Can you tell me on the spreadsheet or show me which column I would find work type?
It looks to be column G.
Okay, column G on mine is blank.
An attachment 1 of 028.
Attachment 2. Attachment 1 was, I believe, in reference to 028A. I'm working on 028B, which references attachment 2.
Correct, that is not laid out in attachment 2.
Is that data available?
Mr. Baker, just to confirm, you were looking at attachment 1 to that response or attachment 2?
Two.
Attachment 2, thank you.
Yeah, we'll have to get back to you on that. We don't, we think we can get that information, but we're not quite sure why we didn't.
Yeah, all right, at
That-
this
that
point,
level
I'd
of
like to
detail.
request a late file. This would be to supplement the response to ENG 028B, which is a spreadsheet titled CNG Attachment 2. We'd like that supplemented with the type of work performed during the overtime, which was item BI in the interrogatory request.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 66.
Excuse me, Mr. Baker, to clarify, are you looking specifically for the work that was performed on Saturdays? As opposed to the entire union?
I want the work performed on any of that overtime. I assume it's in your SAP system. I would assume it shouldn't be too hard to provide.
The overtime that was performed on those subject Saturdays.
No, everything in that spreadsheet. Whatever you provided, in all of those line items in that spreadsheet should have been provided with the type of work performed. Are we good? Okay, awesome, great, thank
We
you.
understand, thank you.
Okay, all right, referring to your response to interrogatory GPSU 024D.
We're there.
Great. at the end of the first paragraph in your response to D, you state the estimated annual operating expenses of the MCC, which is the Mobile Command Center, is $25,000. Is that in the rate year? Is that in this case? I noticed that, purchasing of this vehicle wasn't going to happen anytime too soon. So I'm just questioning, is that 25,000 an operating expense in this case?
That 25,000 is reflected on CNG, Schedule CNG WP C 3.04, line 14.
My bad, I don't type fast enough. Could I get you to repeat that again?
Of course. Schedule CNG WP C 3.04. It's our gas operations outside services schedule, and it's specifically reflected on row 14. You can see $25,000 in operating expenses for the mobile command center.
Excellent, great, thank you. Okay, I want to say, I think this is pretty clear, but I'm going to ask anyway. So yesterday and, well, I guess Tuesday and yesterday, Mr. DeFever spoke about your cost to call before you dig not being an eligible cost, thanks to some changes at the state level. Do you agree with his statement on that?
We do not.
And he was stating that you had put it on a list of things with dues, and so he just swept it all together and said, well, those are all dues, they're ineligible. Is that an accurate statement?
It is not. The membership in the Call Before You Dig organization is required by statute.
Okay, you don't have an option to not pay.
We don't.
In addition, the federal pipeline safety laws also require you to partake in one-call centers.
They do.
Thank you. One last question. So the United States Department of Transportation Pipeline and Hazardous Materials Safety Administration, better known as PHMSA, they're currently working on a regulation dealing with leak detection and repair. Is that correct?
It is.
Subject to check. The NPRM was issued back in May of 23. They've been currently working on the rule. Possibly might see that rule by the end of this calendar year. Is that your understanding? Possibly.
There's a possibility.
Okay, and just to clarify too, inside that rule, there's definitely a conversation about advanced leak detection. Is that correct?
There is.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anything further from authority staff? All right, thank you. Attorney Gagne, Attorney Canuyo, or Mr. Eubanks from the union? Okay. Attorney Anaweji. Attorney Wright. Attorney Lon. Please. Docket promulgated in laws, statutes, and regulations. Elaborate on what you mean by laws and regulations.
Yeah, I think Connecticut has a successful history of uses of statewide frameworks to promulgate public policies, and we don't have one at this point.
Attorney Lon, can you make sure your mic's on, please? Should be just a button on.
Oh, thank you very much. I apologize for that. Okay, so to clarify, is it the company's position that the authority should not make disallowances based on the state's Global Warming Solutions Act, which requires greenhouse gas emissions to be reduced at least 45% from 2001 levels by 2030 and at least 80% by 2050? Because that law applies generally to greenhouse gas emissions and does not specifically mention the LDCs?
I mean, we believe that a comprehensive statewide framework was the best path forward with respect to that and incorporated in our plan, which is, to get back or get on track with our 20-year cast iron and bare steel replacement program. It will have the single largest impact to fugitive emissions, to safety, and to reliability, as we talked about earlier with the low pressure gas situation and the potential for electric rolling blackouts. That program in and of itself will have the single biggest effect on improving emission safety reliability.
Okay, so just to drill down on this a bit, does the company agree that the Global Warming Solutions Act applies to emissions resulting from methane leakage?
I'm going to object to that question because I believe it calls for a legal conclusion. You're asking if a certain law applies, and I don't think these witnesses are, they're not attorneys. So if you could rephrase the question possibly.
Okay. Could I direct your attention to Exhibit 7 for OCC witness Dr. Asa Hopkins? This is OCC-ASH-7, which was filed on February 8th. And if you could turn to page 24 of that exhibit.
Does the panel have that exhibit? That's not part of their testimony. I'm not sure they have it or have seen it.
We do not have that exhibit from us.
Okay. It is part of the record. Are we unable to access that?
Can you reinstate the file you're looking for?
Yes, this was Exhibit 7, which was included with the direct testimony of OCC witness Dr. Asa Hopkins. The name of the file is OCC-ASH-7. It was filed on February 8th.
We're there.
Great, thank you. And on page 24, this shows the breakdown of state greenhouse gas emissions by sector, which is from the State Department of Energy and Environmental Protection and the most recent greenhouse gas inventory, which was issued in 2023. So based on this document, which lays out by sector, do you agree that there are emissions in the inventory resulting from methane leakage? Is that reflected on that document?
I want to make sure we're looking at the right document because and we'll take it subject to check, recognizing it's not been adopted yet by Dr. Hopkins, but is this the one that shows natural gas leakage at less than, it's like it shows a percentage?
It shows a pie chart with emissions by sector.
Okay, I think we're on the right page.
Okay, and could you tell me what is the percentage of emissions from methane leakage?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
If you're looking at the pie chart, could you
Right.
tell us what is the percentage of statewide emissions attributable to methane leakage?
It says natural gas is less than 1%, but I'm not, this is the first time I've seen this chart. I'm not sure what context that's in.
Sure. I'm just getting a relative sense of the emissions resulting from leakage relative to other sectors. Could you tell us what it includes for the residential and commercial sectors?
I'm going to object to the question. They're looking at the chart for the first time.
Okay.
And it's not their chart in their testimony. And so I don't think those are fair questions for this panel.
Okay, well, can I make a request? I wanted to ask if the company was aware that the state just updated the state's greenhouse gas inventory yesterday. And in order that the authority has the most recent emissions data, could we possibly get that submitted as a late filed exhibit so it's part of the record?
I think the panel is saying they're not aware of it.
Okay, Attorney Lon, let's see. Not opposed to considering whether that document should be entered as a late file exhibit, but I think that's better posed to a state agency panel, since it's not the company's, document. So.
Okay, could we raise that with a panel for OCC or for Pura?
You are welcome to pose that to a future panel.
Okay, great. Thank you for bearing with me on the questions on emissions. Could I direct you back to your rebuttal testimony on page 5 at lines 14 through 16? Here you state that you wholly support the promulgation of a comprehensive statewide framework for addressing the nexus of climate change policies and the gas delivery business. But then on page 6 at lines 20 through 21, you state that any actions taken by the companies in advance of a statewide framework would be premature. So does this mean that the company will not take actions concerning a transition away from gas in compliance with state climate law in the absence of a statewide framework?
As stated throughout the testimony, we believe a statewide framework is the best path forward.
Okay, so what if the company is directed to take such actions by the authority or the state legislature?
We will take such actions. We will follow the rules.
Great. So is it then the company's position that it needs clear direction from the authority or from the state legislature to take actions to decarbonize consistent with the Global Warming Solutions Act?
We need a regulatory construct in place in order to have cost recovery to take such actions as are in place at Avangrid sister companies as well.
Understood. Then moving on to page 5 of your rebuttal testimony at lines 19 through 21, you're attempting to rebut the intervener testimony for using long-term far-reaching trends to criticize the near-term processes, performance, and investments pertinent to this one-year rate case. So I have a few questions about the relevance of these long-term trends in the context of this proceeding. Referring back to your direct testimony on page 29, the companies state that each asset class has an expected design life which typically spans decades. So I was wondering, could you tell me what is the average useful lifetime of new pipelines, such as the investments that the company is seeking recovery for in this proceeding?
I would refer that to the depreciation panel, that question.
But do you agree that in the direct testimony, you note that the expected design life is typically on the order of decades?
I would.
Thank you. So can you tell me, why is it not appropriate to consider long-term trends such as the shift away from fossil fuels to electrification that are projected to occur within the lifetime of investments that the company is making now?
You know, again, for us to just take action on our own we don't feel is the best path forward. We feel like if there is a future of gas docket opened up within the state, that we will certainly participate in that, and in a comprehensive strategy is the best path.
Okay. But does ignoring these long-term trends risk stranding investments if portions of the gas system end up being decommissioned before these new pipelines and other investments at issue in this rate case are fully depreciated?
You know, I think again, here we're looking at a one-year rate case here, and as far as, you know, questions of regarding stranded assets, you know, are something that would be taken up in a subsequent hearing.
Okay. So going back to your rebuttal testimony on page 6 at lines 15 through 17, it states, well, the concept of a future transition away from natural gas is clearly important. It must be framed in the context of what actions at this time are within the company's purview to address. Can you elaborate on what actions you're referring to here?
Right. It's talking about what actions are within our purview as far as, we just can't go out and do a geothermal pilot tomorrow without having a regulatory construct around that. In respect to RNG or, doing NPAs or carbon capture, sequestration, any of those, methods to decarbonize, we believe that the path forward is to have a comprehensive energy strategy around that and not individual utilities going off and doing their own thing. I don't feel like that's productive.
Okay, in your mention just now of the comprehensive energy strategy, are you referring to the policy document that the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection is charged by statute with doing every few years? I believe they're currently in the process of doing the 2022 CES.
Right. I'm referring to having the state of Connecticut having a comprehensive energy strategy around, where they want to go with the gas transition. From my perspective, we operate a gas company and we need to do so safely and reliability. That's my focus. Others will decide, the speed of which this transition takes place or if this transition takes place.
Okay, so just to clarify then, you would require either specific direction from the state legislature, from the authority, or a broader statewide framework such as the comprehensive energy strategy to take these actions you're referring to? Okay, thank you. On page 19 of the rebuttal testimony at lines 8 through 9, you note that the state already has incentives for the electrification of heating systems and has removed incentives for expanding gas use. My understanding is that the authority removed those incentives for expanding gas use in part because those incentives were deemed inconsistent with state climate goals. Is that correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
Thank you. Would you agree that removing these incentives reflects a state policy choice to stop incentivizing expansion of the gas system?
Attorney Lon, I think that is really calling for speculation on state policy. I'm not sure this panel is really prepared to do that. I think he's answered the question. You posed the question, and I think he's answered it very directly.
Okay, let's move on then. On page 19 of your rebuttal testimony at lines 7 through 8, you say that it's more practicable to consider the use of non-pipe alternatives or NPAs in the context of helping curtail system expansion. Could you elaborate on this statement and explain how implementing non-pipeline alternatives could help curtail gas system expansion?
Yeah, I think what we're saying there is with respect to NPAs, it's more practical when it's a new customer as opposed to trying to retrofit an existing customer.
Okay. And also at page 19 at lines 5 through 6, you say that a new customer who's considering connecting to the existing gas delivery system is a more practicable candidate for non-pipeline alternatives. So has the company considered implementing NPAs in this context?
We have not. Again, we're looking at a statewide, comprehensive framework around NPAs before we would just go and do that on our own. We have an obligation to serve our customers, and that still exists today.
Okay, and you may have just answered this follow-up question, but could you elaborate on why not, given that you've identified this as a suitable application for NPAs?
Again, we have an obligation to serve our customers. If they call us and ask for gas service, we are there to provide it.
Okay, understood. And again, on page 19 at lines 11 through 13, you say that a statewide NPA framework is more ideal and would help further catalyze this transition, improve the feasibility of transitioning, ensure equitable outcomes for affected customers, and safeguard ratepayers and investors. So based on this statement, it sounds like the companies would support the establishment of a statewide NPA framework. Is that right?
We would absolutely participate in the development of a statewide framework around NPAs. We have seen that in our sister companies, particularly in New York, where they have NPAs in place today. And there was a lot of collaboration to develop those, and we'd be happy to participate in such an endeavor.
Great, just a couple more questions. So if I could refer you back to Mr. Cebulko's direct testimony, which was filed on February 8th. He recommended that the authority require the companies to develop climate compliance plans that align with the state's emissions reduction goals under the Global Warming Solutions Act. And I don't believe the companies responded to this recommendation in your rebuttal testimony. So wanted to ask, would you agree that climate compliance plans would help align the company's investments with the Global Warming Solutions Act?
I don't know anything about compliance, climate compliance plans that he referenced. I would need to understand a lot more before I could commit to anything like that.
Okay. The idea would be that it would help ensure meeting the climate targets in the Global Warming Solutions Act.
I don't think it's appropriate, Attorney Lon, for you to be testifying on what that would mean.
Okay, I apologize. Okay, and at this stage, the companies have not developed any internal plans for compliance with the Global Warming Solutions Act?
We have not.
Okay, thank you very much. No further questions.
Thank you. Attorney White, EOE? No? Okay, did I miss anybody? I'm sorry, I see you, Attorney Wright. I called you. Did you have any cross for? No. Okay, thank you. Commissioner Karen.
Earlier, we were talking with OCC. We were talking about low pressure systems or low pressure points on the system. Did I understand that in some of the older portions of the system tending to be in urban areas, that the lower pressure is because is it about the diameter of the pipe? They just haven't been changed over the decades?
Yeah, I think the lower pressure systems, that's where these gas systems first started. So back in 50, 60, 80, 100 years ago, gas was delivered at pressure at same pressure that it was being utilized at. So this is back when the transition occurred from coal gas plants to pipeline gas. Those systems were built out, and have been in place for many, many decades.
So essentially, it's the infrastructure that was placed those many decades ago, and the pipes are still used and useful. And in spite of the low pressure, there's no real reason to switch them out to increase the pressure.
There's a number of advantages from getting off of low pressure. Your low pressure pipe is less reliable. Water infiltration can occur, as my colleague, Mr. Dion, had stated earlier, it operates at 7 inches water column. If the water pressure, we've got a lot of rain, it can infiltrate into that pipe and cause service disruptions. There's a number of other reasons to go to smaller diameter pipe is one. When we can increase the pressure, we can reduce the pipe diameter and so forth. So it improves the economics of the installation as well.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it. I'm sure.
Thank you. Mr. Vice Chairman?
Yes, good morning. There was quite a dialogue with OCC about soil remediation. And I'm interested in who ultimately signs off on that. You haven't tested this. Is it the State Environmental Protection Agency? Is it local? When you go through this, who tests the soil? How do we know the soil's clean, basically? And you were talking about you're going so far down, and
Yeah, we have a contractor that does that work for us, that specializes in that field.
I take it he works with the state environmental agency or local authorities to make sure it's up to snuff?
I Can we do a read-in on that? Just, I don't know the specific credentials
Yes.
that individual
I'm just
or
curious. That's fine.
contractor would have.
I think it's read in R.
R. The other thing that was discussed with OCC was the unregistered meters, which I find to be intriguing. So when you find out that these meters, and I'm understanding they're not reading, which means you're not getting paid, correct?
It's not necessarily about unreading. It's necessarily about setting an account to that customer, to that location. So a customer associated to that meter is the best way for me to describe that.
But somebody's paying the bill, right?
Not in the case of an unregistered meter. Everybody else is paying that bill.
Okay. How many of these do we have?
Exact number, I think we have a late file that we're going to provide that, but we do track these very closely by aging and by meter type. And we have a team that's working to address these every day.
Okay, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning, panel. Few questions. In an exchange with Attorney Lon a few moments ago, Mr. Langland, you suggested the company believes a statewide framework is the most appropriate path forward. Did the company or its parent on its behalf offer supportive testimony of HB 5004 this session, specifically on the section that would require PURA to undertake a future of natural gas study?
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, what was the reference you?
House Bill 5004.
Did we offer any?
I understood your testimony to be just a moment ago that the company supports a statewide framework, which I then understood you to go on to maybe be alluding to a future of natural gas docket. There's a pending legislation that would require a future of natural gas study. I'm asking, did the company, in light of the testimony you just provided, provide supportive testimony to the legislature regarding that section?
I'm not aware of if we did or didn't. I know we did participate in the 2022 Comprehensive Energy Strategy working session, and we did provide feedback and comments during that session with Deep.
Thank you. Also, a few moments ago, around the topic of the consideration of long-term trends, I think there was an exchange with Attorney Lon regarding the appropriateness of considering long-term trends. And I understood your response to be that since this is a one-year rate plan, it's not appropriate to consider long-term trends. My first question is, did I characterize that exchange correctly just now?
What I was in referencing to was, I think, the comment she made around, stranded assets, and that, in the 1 year timeframe here, we're not necessarily considering or stranded assets as being an issue.
In the one-year rate plan, are you proposing to any assets that have a useful life longer than 1 year?
Absolutely.
Okay, can you reconcile that with the previous statement then, please?
Again, I think, without that comprehensive energy strategy in place, we don't have any idea what that time horizon would even look like for consideration of stranded assets. We still have customers coming to us every day looking for gas service, and we continue to expand that system. So haven't contemplated what that would look like absent that, strategy in place.
Okay. Is this the appropriate panel to pose questions to regarding the gas procurement process? It is not. Okay.
We do, I do have an SME here in the room that is available if need be.
Is there a more appropriate panel, Attorney Venora?
We have Mr. Rudiak here. We had him as an identified witness during the revenue requirement session, and we could, oh, hold on. Oh, it's, one moment, please.
Okay.
Yes, we do. We have Mr. Rudiak here. We can have him sworn. I was just checking to see if he was also on another upcoming panel, but he's right here. So,
This, okay.
Yeah.
Very good. I appreciate that. Mr. Rudiak, if you could raise your right hand for me, please. I'm going to administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you. So I just have a couple of quick gas procurement processes. And I apologize, the questions are related to gas demand forecasts, and I thought perhaps that was relevant to how we're operating the gas system. Just want to start with a question. Are there variances between daily gas demand forecasts and actual demand?
Yes.
Would you characterize, could you elaborate on the drivers of what some of those variances might be?
Well, on a daily basis, one of the main drivers is weather, because we have a forecast going into the day, and most of the time there's a deviation from the forecast. And then in terms of usage, whether or not the sun is out, day of the week, other factors may affect gas demand.
Thank you. So I heard weather and customer demand. Would you agree that pipeline operating conditions and gas costs are other factors that affect the procurement process?
Oh, definitely. Operating factors on interstate pipelines and on our distribution system, we watch very carefully, and we have to always have contingency plans in case there's an event on an interstate pipeline, such as a force majeure or some unplanned outage. And of course, then also with respect to the weather, demand changes can spike during the day because the weather forecast may be off. The weather forecast may be too low. There are significant weather changes that occur during the day. Significant things can occur during the day in terms of operating conditions on pipelines, in terms of pressures and other factors.
Thank you. Given those factors you just described, as well as the company's status as a supplier of last resort, can you speak to some of the things that the LDCs do to manage that short-term risk? So an example that comes to mind for me is a storage contract. Is there anything else in that vein that you would, and would you agree with that example?
Well, in terms of managing risk of demand, so first of all, we have to make sure the supply is always adequate to serve customers under all weather conditions, short and long term, during the day, et cetera. So going into a day, particularly in the shoulder months in the wintertime, we have to have a contingency in case there's a weather change. We have certain storage contracts that we use as contingencies. We have other resources that we use as contingencies, but we are, obviously reliability and safety of the public is foremost in what we do every day. And over the short term, over the long term, and not to get into a speech, but to hear some of the discussion we just had about the future of gas, it's very complicated from a lot of perspectives. The company's been growing for many, many years, and the company's forecasts, including the information in the record, show that we have continued growth. So there's some tension between the reality of customer choice and growth and the aspirations. So the notion of the future of the gas and trends at this point is not entirely clear because there's some tension between customer choice, economics, and aspiration. So it's very complicated. And as Mr. Langland mentioned, the company is very interested in being involved in that discussion.
Thank you. So now that we've talked through the short-term factors, are there long-term factors that you would add to this conversation? Factors that affect the variances. I'm sorry, strike that. Let me ask this a slightly different way. To mitigate or to address variances in forecasts that cannot be, since forecasts cannot be completely accurate, we just talked through some short-term factors. Would you agree that long-term factors such as hiring, the company's hiring practices, retaining knowledgeable experts in gas procurement that can advise on the respective supply portfolios, are those long-term factors, ways that the company could manage or mitigate the variances that are that are given rise to by the difference between forecast and demand?
Well, yes. Well, with respect to long-term factors, I assume you're referring to 5 years, 10 years. Just want to clarify the timeframe. Assuming that we're talking about 5 or 10 years. In terms of gas planning for capacity and infrastructure, that's a whole topic that we could talk about for a long time. But generally, the company has to be prepared for serving customers, not only today, next January, but January 10 years from now, 5 years from now. And that's a very complicated process in terms of planning. And in terms of variances between what the demand might be 5 years from now and 10 years from now compared to what we think, we do have a sophisticated planning process and we file every 2 years in the integrated resource plan information about that. And we make a best forecast that we can, taking into account econometric factors, modeling, et cetera. And we look at the future demand and we have to come up with and configure a supply and capacity to make sure we have adequate resources over the long term. Because there's a long lead time for infrastructure and adjusting to changes in demand. And in terms of what the demand might be 5 years from now, 10 years from now, it is a moving target and it is affected by aspirations, type topics such as we recently talked about the clean energy transition. And it's difficult. And then in terms of the question with respect to our capabilities, our resources, our staffing, et cetera, yeah, it's very important that we have a high level of expertise to be able to plan and to be able to contribute to the clean energy transition process in terms of issues. And in terms of day-to-day, we have to have the capability to schedule, work together with Mr. Langland's group in terms of making sure our customers have reliable, safe supply today, next year, 5 years from now, 10 years from now.
Thank you. And is it possible, just for clarity of the record, a moment ago you referred to filing something every 2 years in the integrated resource plan. Are you referring to the docket that PURA administers every 2 years? I think it happens this year, and we may have already opened it. That looks at I think it's 5 years out, the supply and demand forecast. You're referring to that docket that PURA opens, correct?
That's correct. And we'll be filing one this October.
Thank you. And in the development of the filings that go into that docket, can you speak briefly to the way in which the LDC, in this case CNG, forecasts, creates the methodologies used to create the forecasts that go into that docket?
It's done by several parts of the company. We have the demand planning group that looks at the econometric trends in terms of population growth, housing starts, economics of relative prices, oil versus gas, electricity, and also takes into account qualitative factors and develops a forecast based upon the best available information. The same process that is undertaken, in fact, to develop the rate case demand forecasts. And then as part of that, there's input from the conservation group in terms of demand planning, there's input from the supply group. And so the quantitative factors and qualitative factors are taken together and a forecast is put together. And then the gas supply group puts together a methodology, a comparison of how we're going to meet that demand over the forecast horizon. And it involves a lot of parts of the company, and we also have to take into account issues that are going on in terms of infrastructure, interstate issues such as the Everett terminal located up in Boston, and what the future of that is, and what's the available infrastructure, non-pipe alternatives, et cetera. So there's a lot of things that are taken into account and in composition of that filing.
Very helpful, thank you. And can you discuss the process by which the company confirms the accuracy and efficiency of that forecast and whether that's the same protocol used to develop the forecast relied on in the rate case, as you alluded to a moment ago?
Well, in terms of the accuracy of the forecast, we do go back and backtrack and see backcast and see how the estimates performed. One thing I know is over the years, we've had growth that's continued for a long time. And in this record, in this case, I think the growth is 0.8% per year per each LDC is in the forecast. So essentially, that's very consistent with what we had in the integrated resource plan from last October. I'm not sure what it's going to be this October. Will it be 0.5 or a different number? But we're going to put that forward. But we do backcast in terms of that. And I understand the process is the same in terms of the estimation.
Thank you. And the backcasting exercise that is conducted, is that done for, we keep referring to it as the integrated resource plan. I'm going to call it the Pura Docket, since IRP generally has a different meaning in electric world. I don't want to confuse the issue, but is the backcast done on that docket at the same time you're developing? Like, so what I'm building to is a late file request for the last two backcasts that were completed. And I'm wondering if that would get me like the last 4 years.
Well, I'm referring to, I believe there's an exhibit that compares the peak day forecast from the past compared to what we thought it was going to be, and some other information about customer growth versus what we expected, comparing a integrated resource plan done in the past to the current, and an integrated resource plan done in the past compared to actual.
Thank you. So if I asked for late file exhibit 67 to provide the last two backcast exhibits performed, is that something that the company could provide?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. Late file 67. Okay, last question on this, I think. Just backtracking a moment, when we were talking about long-term factors or long-term measures that could be used to mitigate the variances, mentioned hiring, which I think if I characterize it as an agreement that was important. There are a few other measures that came to mind for me related to the maintenance of the LDC's portfolio. So maintaining a variety of firm transportation, storage, and LNG contracts. So my question to you is, would you agree that balancing or maintaining a balanced portfolio using some of those measures is another long-term method for mitigating the variances that can arise from the differences in forecast and demand.
It's definitely critically important, and it's something that has been critically important for a long time in terms of a balanced portfolio of firm transportation, storage, and the LNG peaking facility. That's why it's so important to continue and have the Milford LNG facility continue on for the long term available for the companies. But as we grow into the future, or as we go through the transition or whatever the exact composition of what the demand is going to be, that's going to continue to be very important. At the present time, the available options to increase capacity are rather limited at this point compared to historical, but fortunately, our companies are in a good position at this point. But I agree with you 100%.
Thank you, Mr. Rudiak. And last question for you, which you may tell me is better posed to the compensation panel. But can you advise whether any portion of company personnel's goals, annual goals, are currently related to anything stemming from the accuracy of the forecast that we have been discussing?
I'm not sure, not within our gas procurement area, but perhaps within the demand planning area, but I'm not sure.
Thank you. I'll ask the benefits panel. I appreciate that, Mr. Rudiak. I think I do think the rest of my questions are for the gas operations panel. So I appreciate your time, Mr. Rudiak. Okay. Is it accurate to say that the company does not quantify or calculate the physical efficiency of the distribution system?
Madam Chair, you said the physical, I'm sorry,
The physical efficiency.
in what manner do we calculate? I'm sorry.
So if I use efficiency, I'm not sure I'm answering your question. Are you asking me to define what I mean by physical efficiency, or you?
Yeah, I mean, we do system modeling. Is that what you're referring to as far as efficiency goes? I haven't heard that term used before in the gas space. I'm just trying to understand.
Sure. I'm thinking, so, in the water space, there's, non-revenue water, and in the gas space, we're talking about loft gas. And I'm trying to break down the component of loft gas in a way where I'm talking about the efficiency of the gas system itself. So if you're putting aside the components of loft gas that deal with accounting errors, is the efficiency, the ability of the distribution system to deliver the physical gas commodity that it's designed to deliver, is there a way in which you measure its efficiency in doing that?
I don't think we have anything like that specifically. I mean, we do model our system to make sure that we have adequate, supplies for our customers, and we do that, update that model fairly regularly. But as far as the efficiency of the actual system, and, we certainly monitor our, leaks and our and that kind of stuff. But from an overall perspective, as far as how efficient the system is, I'm not aware of anything in any of the gas industry space that covers that particular topic.
Thank you. Do you think the measurement of the leaks is a good proxy for the efficiency of the system?
I mean, I think it certainly could be. I mean, in part, I think there's other factors, that we need to look at from the gas perspective. We're, obviously heavily regulated. We have a lot of different factors that we look at, from, how the system is performing from a cathodic protection perspective, from a leak perspective, from a pressure perspective. There's a number of different factors that we look at. But as far as the efficiency, it's not something that we have historically in gas looked at.
Meter bias. Oh, sorry. I have a question about calculation of meter bias, and I'm getting hungry, so I can't remember if my staff asked this question. But did we already ask a question about methodologies the company uses to calculate meter bias, and if that is an appropriate question for this panel?
One moment. We believe we have a response to that. We're just efforting to find it. If you could just give us a moment.
What discovery response?
We believe so. Why don't we do a read-in on that? But we do believe we submitted something.
I think that's read in S, Attorney Venora, if I'm not mistaken. Okay, thank you. And is it a more appropriate question for the customer service panel if I ask what the methodology is for soft closes, or I'm sorry, not methodology, but procedures for soft closes or theft?
I think this group can give it a whirl.
Okay, so that's essentially my opening question, is if someone could walk me through the procedure for for rectifying soft closes. That's my first question.
The process is based on the time of the year and CCF laws on when we would use that soft close procedure.
Okay, and when you say it's based on the time of the year, so you mean how you rectify the soft close varies depending on the time of year?
Yeah, the implementation of shutting a customer off is based on the time of the year. There's certain timeframes in which we do not, move forward with the shut off. Now, the reinstatement of that service is based on the customer calling in and asking for service to be turned back on.
Thank you. And does the company track how long it takes for a soft close to be rectified?
We do.
Is it possible to ask for a late file exhibit for the tracking data related to how long it took soft closes to be rectified over the past 5 calendar years, for example?
But we'll certainly effort to get the last 5 calendar years. I do know that we track that and watch that very closely today. I just don't know how far back we can go historically, but we'll effort to do that.
I appreciate that. With that caveat, I'll ask for 5 years, and if you can provide 2 year, I'll take whatever you can provide, would be appreciated.
Very good.
Okay, I think I said that was late file exhibit 68. Excuse me. So, for theft, and again, correct me if it's a later panel, please. I'm looking to understand if the company has any manner of determining when meter theft is occurring.
Yeah, Madam Chair, that would be best served with a customer service panel.
Thank you. Okay, because my companion question to that is the method that the company may employ to seek recovery of any lost revenue associated with stolen gas. I'm assuming that companion question goes with them too.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I think one last question, and it may relate back to my read-in on the meter bias methodology. I was trying to specifically determine how many meters are taken out of service and how that data might be extrapolated across the service territories. Is that something that would be potentially addressed by that read-in?
We'd be happy to incorporate that into the late file, Madam Chair.
Do you want to change it into a late file? It was a read-in. I'm happy to.
Restate the question, please.
Sure. So the first part of the read-in I noted a couple moments ago was the methodology for determining the meter bias.
Mhm.
And then I was wondering if the companion to that could answer how many meters are taken out of service on average and how that data is extrapolated across the service territory.
I think based on that companion question, we would need a late file for that, Madam.
Very good. So that will be late file exhibit 69, and I'll strike the read-in in lieu of the late file. And with that, that is the balance of my questions. So Attorney Venora, I'm happy to allow a few moments now for you to consider redirect, or we can package that with the lunch break. It's preference.
Why don't we try now, and then
Okay.
we'll see what we have, and then we'll give us a few minutes and we'll
Okay.
report back. Thank you. I think will be most efficient if we take the lunch break. It'll give us a little more time to figure out what we have for redirect.
Okay, fair enough. Let's then, I'll break until 1 o'clock, so you can take your lunch break and consider
All right,
the,
that's helpful.
redirect. And then when we come back at 1, we'll do redirect and then move straight into the companion panel for SCG before transitioning into capital investments.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Want to talk to me, sir?
Yeah.
Okay.
I heard you say you had to go to the store.
I'm on
All
the
for you.
No, I don't know. Yeah, yeah. No, I think they get it. So. Yeah, yeah. Yeah.
I didn't want to.
No, I thought they were.
Yeah, do you have anything on the soil contractor?
Oh, do you have any? Do they have it? But if they don't know, you don't know for sure, don't worry about it. Okay, let's do that first. Yeah.
All right, good afternoon, Attorney Venora, any redirect?
Just a couple quick questions, but first we do have one of the read-ins ready.
Okay.
Mr. Romero, do you have read-in R? Scratch that. I think we'll need a little more time on that.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So we do have a couple of redirect questions. Okay. Just to the panel, do you recall during cross-examination, there was some discussion regarding unregistered meters. Mr. Romero, can you just comment on the process for monitoring and identifying unregistered meters, please?
Yeah, so every other week, we monitor the meter usage throughout the system that do not have corresponding customer accounts. We prioritize those accounts based on the highest potential losses. The meters are identified and researched and then assigned to a gas operations team or a customer service team to act on. For accounts assigned to the gas operations team, we'll deploy resources to take appropriate corrective actions. The process that's just outlined covers both the unregistered meters and the potential theft question that we had earlier.
Okay. All right, thank you. Thanks. Mr. Langland, during your testimony, you a couple times used the phrase comprehensive energy strategy, and I wanted to simply clarify, when you were speaking and using that term, were you speaking about a specific document, or are you speaking more broadly?
Speaking more broadly, talking about having a statewide framework where we can sit down and have a discussion around, we shut the proverbial valve off to gas to the state of Connecticut. How much energy does that represent? How does that get replaced? How does it get transmitted and at what cost?
Okay, thank you. And then lastly, Mr. Hurwitz, there was discussion during the cross-examination and the potential concern regarding stranded costs. Do you have any comments that you can provide on that issue?
I do. As described in the revenue requirement panel's direct testimony, some data requests, and also during the revenue requirements portion of this hearing, we're proposing a revenue requirement that reflects the cost the company must incur to operate the business. And as Mr. Langland described earlier today, there are a variety of requirements with which the company must comply, and it must incur costs in the course of complying with those requirements. That includes capital and operating expenses. If stranded costs are a concern to either the authority or another intervener in this case, I'll note that the company's proposed depreciation rates better mitigate that concern than those proposed by the OCC, and company witness, Mr. Ned Alice, is prepared to describe that at the appropriate time in the course of this hearing.
All right, thank you. That's all we have for redirect.
Thank you. So we transition into the gas operations panel for SCG. Any new witnesses?
No, it will be the same witnesses.
Thank you. Preliminary matters.
We have no preliminary matters other than to have them adopt and verify their prior testimony. If you could give me one moment, please.
Of course.
To the panel members. Gentlemen, do you recall answering a series of questions from Mr. Vaughn at the start of the testimony for CNG on this topic?
Yes. Yes. Yes.
And do you also recall answering questions on cross-examination from the OCC, Pura staff, and Conservation Law Foundation, as well as questions from the commissioners during that portion of the hearing?
Yes. Yes.
And in appearing now for SCG and for purposes of administrative efficiency, do you adopt your testimony from the CNG transcript and stipulate that if asked those same questions again, your answers would be the same?
I do.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. The panel is available for cross.
Thank you. And I'll invite the OCC up. While the OCC is getting situated, Attorney Venora, I think late file exhibits 63 through 69 that were posed to CNG, one or two from OCC, the remainder from Pura staff and myself. Would you like those questions reposed, or do you want to stipulate to those becoming late files for SCG? And I think, again, the numbers were 63 to 69.
I don't think we need to repose those questions. We can simply extend those or assign additional numbers for the SCG counterparts.
I appreciate that. So making sure that to be clear, those become late file exhibits 70 through 76 directed to SCG. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, Attorney Wheel, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chairman. Hello again, Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. Can you please turn to rebuttal testimony, page 1, line 11?
We're there.
Thanks. And this section of the rebuttal testimony discusses the purpose of the rebuttal testimony, correct?
That's correct.
And on the following page, well, sorry, on line 12, The testimony explains that the rebuttal testimony responds to claims and recommendations contained in certain testimonies within the docket. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on the following page, line 1, the direct testimony of Dr. Hopkins is identified there.
Correct.
And pages 27 through 28 of the rebuttal testimony specifically discuss Dr. Hopkins's testimony.
That's correct.
So you've reviewed Dr. Hopkins's testimony then?
I did.
Okay, can you open exhibit OCC ASH-7?
We have it.
Have you reviewed this document?
I haven't not recalled reviewing this document. No.
Okay, so when the company filed its rebuttal testimony to Dr. Hopkins's testimony, it had not reviewed the exhibit accompanying Dr. Hopkins's testimony?
I don't recall reviewing this exhibit. No.
Do you recall reviewing any exhibits attached to any of the testimonies that are addressed in the rebuttal?
In this specific rebuttal?
Yes.
I'm sure I have, yeah. I just don't recall this one in particular.
Okay. Thank you. Is the company able to implement a geothermal program without a specific directive or program from the state?
I think we need a regulatory construct to do so.
Is the company able to implement pilot programs without the a directive from the state?
I think we need a framework in order to do so. Those pilot programs are quite expensive.
So when you say you need a regulatory framework in order to do so, would it be, in your opinion, not possible to incur expenditures without a directive from some sort of regulator?
I would think we need a cost recovery mechanism for such an activity, sure.
You would need a cost recovery mechanism in order to expend capital?
To do a pilot such as what Eversource is doing in Framingham, I think they're spending, well over 10 million, $18 million on that pilot. And we would certainly need a recovery mechanism similar to what Eversource has in place with the Mass DPU.
Okay, how much in plant has the company invested in excess of the level of plant built into rates for its last rate plan?
We would defer that to the capital panel.
Okay. Would you defer any other questions regarding the company's capacity to make investments absent a specific cost recovery mechanism to the capital panel?
I think that would be best served with that panel, sure.
Thank you. In interrogatory responses ENG 36 and ENG 49, there's discussion about geothermal pilot programs happening in New York. The question is just generally whether those geothermal pilot programs were authorized by the commission in New York before they were initiated?
Yeah, I'm apologies. I'm having a little technical issues with my computer, but I understand your question. We do have an expert from New York coming, an SME. It will be part of the clean energy panel to talk about geothermal. He'd be best to answer that question.
Okay. Thank you. Are any of the requested incremental full-time employees for the gas operations group for SCG specifically necessary for the clean energy transition?
We have asked for incremental FTEs related to forming essentially two groups. One to get the companies involved in additional clean energy supply group similar to our counterparts. So we're looking for, I believe, 3 FTEs there. And then also R&D activities, where we're looking for an additional FTE to be split 50-50 between CNG and SCG. Those 4 positions, are they included in this incremental? Is your question, are they included in this incremental ask, or are they part of a separate ask?
Whether they're included among the incremental full-time equivalents that are requested as part of the rate plan.
Is that? Yeah, they are part of that. They're part of that ask, and that will be supported by the clean energy panel.
Okay. So if I had questions sort of about the job functions of those incremental FTEs, would those be better posed to the clean energy panel?
They would. Yep.
Okay. The remainder of my questions are going to be tedious, I suspect, because they're going to mirror very much of the questions that I asked for the CNG panel. I'm just not sure whether members of this panel have been through this before, but I just wanted to kind of give a pre-staging that the ultimate questions I'm going to ask are essentially whether there's any difference between the responses from the CNG panel and the SCG panel. So just wanted to say that before I get through the questions. I asked a question of the CNG panel pertaining to, I asked several questions pertaining to the hiring of you, Mr. Langland, your position, the scope of it that covers the gas operations group, and whether that was a new position in 2020 or whether you had taken it over from someone else. Do you recall those questions?
I do.
And would the responses be any different with respect to SCG?
They would not.
Okay. I asked questions about the leadership structure of the gas operations group for CNG, and specifically the effect of their reorganization in 2021. Would any of those responses be different for SCG?
They would not.
Okay. I asked whether this would be the first time that Pura has reviewed that reorganization for CNG. Would the response be the same for SCG?
It would.
I believe I asked, yes. I asked whether the exhibit SCG GOP2 is identical between the two companies, and I recall the response to that question in CNG was yes. So any questions that I had pertaining to that particular exhibit, would they be the same for SCG? SCG2 SCG GOP2 again is the organizational structure we were discussing.
It'd be the same for both companies.
Thank you. The CNG panel clarified that there are no new incremental positions in gas operations, although there are new positions, and none of them are among the incremental FTEs that are requested in this rate plan, and that there is no revenue impact associated with the incremental, there's no revenue impact associated with the positions listed on that organizational chart. Would the response for SCG be similar there?
It would.
Okay, thank you. I asked a question about the year 2021 with respect to CNG and the reorg, and I had highlighted that 2021 was the last effective rate year for CNG. With the same, I asked those questions whether any of the reorganization was contemplated in the last rate case. This is a slightly different question just for confirmation. Given that the last rate year in effect for SCG was 2020, I assume that none of the reorganization was contemplated could have been contemplated for SCG in that last rate case. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. I'm just considering, my next question on my list was what led to the late file, but just to confirm that late file, Attorney Venora is going to be replicated that again would be the late file pertaining to the performance metrics, the historical. Okay.
Yes, that is a late file 70.
Thank you. This may be a slightly different answer. There is a similar, there's a statement on page 27 of the initial testimony that says, because leak-prone pipe infrastructure is among the oldest infrastructure on the system, it often correlates to the older areas of the SCG franchise. These older areas overlap with some of the more distressed communities. I asked some questions about that statement as to CNG. Would the responses as to SCG be generally different?
They'd be generally the same.
Okay. I did ask a specific question for examples of the distressed communities that were referenced in the CNG testimony, and given that SCG is a different geographical area, could you give some examples with
Bridgeport, New Haven.
Thank you. I asked questions about the testimony, which is on page 28 of this direct testimony pertaining to attrition due to retirements and the company's search for skilled labor. Would those responses be the same with respect to SCG?
They would be.
Thank you. I also asked the question regarding whether the requested incremental FTEs are specifically for incremental work. Would the same response apply to SCG?
It would.
Thank you. I had asked a question about, on page 31 through 32 of this direct testimony, there's a statement about a premium on qualified resources with respect to supply chain. And I had asked about quantification of that premium. Would those same responses apply for SCG?
They would.
Thank you. I asked, there's a statement on page 33 of this testimony that reads, while the economics of alternatives to natural gas are likely to improve, particularly with rebates and incentives, the basic value proposition for natural gas consumers remains formidable. I asked some questions about the company's expectations as to the distribution costs of natural gas into the future. Would all of those responses apply with respect to SCG?
Yeah, we cannot predict the future, so those lies would be the same.
Thank you. I asked some questions about a statement on page 36 of this testimony. It reads that the company serves a large number of customers within the low pressure portion of the delivery system. My questions were specific to what the company meant by low pressure portion. Would those responses be the same with respect to SCG?
They would.
Thank you. This is maybe it's the same kind of line of questioning, but it's like maybe a new question just to toss things up a little bit. On page 37, there's a reference to TELOG units, 80 TELOG units. Are these the same TELOG units that are referenced in the CNG testimony?
They are. Not exactly the same. They're TELOG units incremental to what's at CNG.
Okay, so that was my question. So between the two companies, then there's a total of 160 TELOG units, meaning 80 for CNG and 80 for SCG.
That's generally correct. Yeah, I'm not sure of the exact number, but yes.
Okay. And for clarification, the testimony does reference over 80 TELOG units. So I understand that the question I just asked was just in relation to identifying whether we're talking about different units for different companies. Understood that it's not exactly 80. Is that correct?
That's right. I would expect more at SCG just given the the low pressure system is larger there.
Okay, thank you. And I had asked a question about where to locate, I'd asked a question about whether those telog units were in rate base and where to locate those within SCG CIP4. I had asked about the analog to the CNG exhibit there, which is the exhibit showing the plant in service in the test year. And I believe I had asked for a read-in seeking more information about where to locate that. Could I request the same read-in for SCG?
Is that read in P as in Paul? How to
It was
search?
it was the one regarding the location of the telog units within CNG CIP4.
In the read-in, we can provide information for both companies.
Thank you.
Sure, it doesn't need to be two separate read-ins. That's
Got it.
Thank you. Not sure if I asked this question of CNG actually. Was the company already using the testimony references a specific deployment of over 80 units? Were there telog units already in place prior to these 80 units? In other words, the reference to the deployment over 80 units, would that be 80 more units than were already being used, or?
No, the telog units were first contemplated when this rolling electric blackout issue presented itself to the company. This was a best practice, these telog units from our sister companies in New York. So we were able to, talk to the engineers in New York, determine the model number, and these were deployed specifically to address the rolling blackout potential.
Okay, thank you. I'd asked some questions about, I think, CNG GOP3. So for here would be SCG GOP3, which is the breakdown of requested incremental FTEs. I had asked specifically the question about positions that are parenthetically labeled bargaining unit, meaning that those are union positions. And there was some testimony regarding that there are other union positions that aren't labeled thusly on that exhibit. Would all of those responses be the same for SCG?
They would be.
Thank you. And what is the total number of union positions in that request for SCG?
11.
Okay. Sorry, I just closed that window. Just a moment. So that would be 11 out of the total 31?
Correct.
Okay. So that's a slightly lower percentage of the overall positions than for CNG, correct? Which I believe was 51%.
Correct.
Is there a reason why there are fewer union positions in the incremental FTE? A smaller proportion of union positions in the incremental FTEs for SCG?
The requirements for the gas operation side of that, the physical work out there is a little bit different than at CNG and the needs there.
So there's just less, there's less work to be performed that would be performed by those job functions. Is that, I guess I'll back up. Don't want to testify for you. What do you mean by requirements?
Yeah, the breakout of the personnel associated to field is a lower number than at CNG for this particular request.
Okay.
The incremental.
Okay, understood. I'd asked a question about trying to isolate the revenue impact of these incremental FTEs. There was a response about multiplying the FTE value that's been provided in other exhibits by the total number. So just to confirm for here, that would be that number times 31, which is the total incremental request here.
The concept is the same. I think the cost per FTE is slightly different between CNG and SCG, but the data request I referenced should provide both.
Thank you. And this is a question I didn't ask of the other panels. Is there anywhere in the record, and perhaps it's a question for compensation and benefits panel, where I could see the actual compensation paid to these incremental FTEs? I've reviewed the compensation and benefits panel's exhibit 8. I wasn't able to find these particular positions. Would that be a question for compensation and benefits? And I guess to be clear, I see that exhibit SCG CPB 8 does appear to list the total compensation and other factors for incremental FTEs. I just wasn't able to match the ones on those lists. I think it might just be a labeling difference.
Please repeat your question, Attorney Will.
Sure. So I'm looking at exhibit SCG GOP 1, and I'll just use an example. The very first job listing there, the job title is listed as engineer PSMS. I'm not sure that I could find, and then I'm comparing that against exhibit from the compensation and benefits panel, exhibit SCG CPB 8. I'm just not sure that I could find, for instance, engineer PSMS within that exhibit. So I just have questions about kind of how to match the two exhibits.
I'm sorry to ask you to repeat yourself even again. What was the job title you just mentioned?
And for the gas operations exhibit, it was engineer dash PSMS.
I'll say a couple things, and this may require further discussion with the comp and benefits panel. The incremental positions haven't been hired yet, so there's not going to be an actual salary. We have provided salary information in response to certain data requests. I found RRU 121, which is a CNG response when we're searching for the SCG equivalent. Appears to be RRU 522, or appears there's some back and forth about what can be redacted in that document, but I think RRU 522 has some attachments that appear to provide what you're seeking.
Okay. Thank you. I'll take a look at that, and then maybe I can follow up with the compensation and
Yeah,
benefits panel.
if you're seeking further information, I'm sure we can get what you need through the comp and benefits panel.
Thank you. I had asked a series of questions regarding unregistered meters. Would all of the information provided about unregistered meters by this panel be the same information as to SCG?
Yeah, it would have been the same.
Okay. And I had specifically asked the question of how many unregistered meters were on CNG's system. And as I recall, this panel didn't have that information. Would that also be true for SCG?
That's correct.
Okay. And again, I could ask the compensation, the customer service panel that question.
Correct.
Okay. I'm going to turn over to some questions from Attorney Talbert's legal.
Good afternoon. Jamie Talbert Slagle. I'm a staff attorney at OCC. I just had a couple questions about gas supply. These may be appropriate for him, actually.
Just one moment.
Thank you.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I did couch this in reference to the testimony. There was a reference on page 36 of the panel's testimony related to the potential for shortfall in natural gas availability in Connecticut and the region in 2022. That's at the top of that page 36. Just generally, was there any shortfall in natural gas for SCG customers in 2022?
That does not refer to the supply of Connecticut natural gas and Southern Connecticut gas for its customers. That refers to an issue related to electric power generation and the ISONE. During that period of time, there was concerns about in the electric market, which fuels a significant part of the generation into New England, of LNG imports, which in the wintertime are important, of not having the supply coming in because of market conditions in the world. So it was referring more to natural gas availability in the New England region.
Okay.
That would affect electric generation, which as a result could have ramifications, negative ramifications to low pressure gas customers.
Okay. Right, I understood that. I'm just trying to flesh out a little bit how the markets work. So SCG, as I understand it, is primarily supplied gas through a transmission pipeline. Is that correct?
Southern and CNG have portfolios of gas transmission from various areas of North America, from Canada, from the US, and gas storage located in various parts of the US and Canada. And we have LNG peaking facilities located in Connecticut. And so we have primary firm, reliable services under the gas portfolio for our customers. In contrast, the electric industry in New England, the ISONE, under the market rules, which is flawed and has resulted in some risk to customers, does not have obligations or firm obligations for the generators to have firm capacity to generate electricity. And those generators instead rely on LNG imports that are short-term, or they rely on interruptible or secondary services on the pipeline. That's, as I mentioned, a contrast to the CNG and Southern and most LDCs that have firm resources using pipelines, storages, and peaking facilities to serve our customers.
Okay, so one of the things that that is an issue for the region, and I'm just trying to understand how it, and as you said, it's a distinction between the ISO New England, electric generation markets, and I guess the gas supply for the LDCs for gas customers. One of those issues that's been at debate in the region is the Everett Marine Terminal. And I'm just wondering how, if any way, does the potential continued existence of the Everett Marine Terminal play into SCG's either supply of gas or the cost that it has to pay for that gas?
Well, there's a lot of questions there. We could talk about it for a long time, and we could talk
sure.
offline if you want to briefly, I'll leave it up to the commissioners how much to talk about all of that. But there's a risk to the region. Well, first of all, you talk about the Everett terminal. So the Everett terminal, and I just want to start off by saying, so the issues you're bringing up are very high-profile issues. They're, at the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, the North American Reliability Council. These are far-reaching issues, relates to fuel obligations, but as relates to CNG and Southern, we have very solid, reliable portfolios to serve our customers under all weather conditions today and into the future. And that's part of our obligations, and we take them very seriously. And in terms of the electric generation issues that are longstanding in terms of dependence on gas and secondary, in terms of dependence on LNG in the wintertime, that's a far-reaching issue. And the only relevance to our testimony was that, and it's not only in our testimony, but that it's, the far-reaching issue that has raised the risk of low-pressure gas customers if there was rolling blackouts when all of those sections of the system were reinstated, everybody would come on gas at the same time, and there's a concern that the pressure would not be sufficient because everybody's power goes on at the same time and turns on furnaces simultaneous, et cetera. I hope that addresses your question a little bit. It's a topic we could talk about a lot, and but I'm not sure to what extent the commission wants to do that.
Yeah, this might not be the appropriate venue for that, but just to understand, so as far as from what I understand and from what you've testified here, so SCG and CNG both have firm contracts for their gas, so they don't have to worry necessarily that there would be a shortfall in the natural gas supply because of the firm contracts, so they'll be supplied?
That's correct. We have primary firm reliable contracts under long-term contracts with pipelines, storage contractors, and we have our peaking facilities. We feel very comfortable that those have a long-standing track record of providing reliable service now and into the future. This risk that was brought up in the testimony is a risk. We don't like that risk, but when we're doing our best to manage it, as then work with the electric companies, et cetera. But Southern and CNG have reliable, long-standing portfolios that are rigorously designed and operated.
Okay, just one final question, or maybe depends on where we go, but so I know that in 2022, given the geopolitical things that occurred in Europe primarily, the price for natural gas went up, and I know that lots of New England depends on the Dutch markets for the price for the gas. So I'm just wondering how CNG and SCG don't necessarily, most of their gas, as I understand it, would be supplied either domestically or, like you said, from Canada. So although it's a global market, how much of that European price played into what Connecticut gas customers would pay?
CNG and Southern don't have any contracts that rely on European prices or LNG imports or anything like that. To the extent that U.S. wellhead prices go up because of geopolitical events, such as prices in Canada or prices in Pennsylvania, then that increases the price to our customers that we had to pass through the PGA, such as in 2022. They've subsequently come down to very low levels, but so CNG and Southern have FERC-regulated cost-based contracts on the pipelines, FERC-regulated storage contracts that are at the cost-based prices, and then we acquire supply from areas where there's plentiful supply located in Pennsylvania, up and down Canada, et cetera. And we fill our storage fields in the summertime with the relatively low-priced gas. And then our LNG facilities are filled going into the wintertime. So we have some natural hedges in the portfolio too, in terms of gas and storage. The fact that a lot of our costs for supply are really fixed costs that are cost-based first FERC regulated. So we are not susceptible to so-called New England city gate prices or Dutch prices or LNG or anything like that. And so our customers enjoy economical supply as well as reliable supply.
Okay. I think that's it for us. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Call up the authority staff, please.
Good afternoon, Kate Keenan, staff attorney with Kira. Does lost and unaccounted for gas reporting fall under the technical service organization, the gas compliance and operational performance group, or another group within gas operations for SCG?
Same answer as CNG.
Thank you. Can you please describe at a high level the process by which the company tracks and reports lost gas?
It's no different at SCG than it is at CNG.
Is the company proposing any material changes to the way in which it tracks and reports slough gas in this application?
Same answer as CNG.
And do the KPIs requested by OCC in a late file exhibit yesterday include reporting or KPIs regarding loft gas?
Same answer as CNG.
And you'll be able to provide the KPIs and metrics, the same late file exhibit that requested?
Attorney Keenan. A different late file exhibit number for that, or a corresponding SCG late file exhibit number for that?
Yes.
71.
Okay, my next question is regarding table 6 on page 19 of the panel's pre-filed testimony. I'm going to be asking for the same late file exhibit for CNG, but I would like to add some information to it. In this table on page 19, the numerical values all show 0 on the current chart for the percentages. Would you be able to provide an updated chart with the percentages listed, please?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. And that can be added to LFE 72.
Okay, so it's reflecting the full 12-month data regarding class 2 leaks and updated percentages.
Yes, updated percentage information because it currently just states 0.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And my last question was regarding KPI impact on compensation, but I believe the answer is that the comp and benefits panel would be the appropriate panel to address that.
Correct.
Thank you. That's my last question.
Mr. Baker.
Thank you. Be a series of questions that would be very similar to what you heard this morning. Just want to confirm the same answers. We had a conversation with regard to work union employees used to perform versus what they currently perform. Would it be a similar answer for SCG?
It would be.
Okay, thank you. There's a This one's slightly different because it's a different interrogatory response, but similar to the type of work being performed that we were looking to add to that spreadsheet. So this time it's the response to ENG 041B. So that's again, Southern SCG attachment 2 spreadsheet. We're looking for category 6 to be added. Is that late file 73?
Correct.
Okay.
So it's SCG 41, you said, or 41?
ENG 041. But same exact data set that we're missing from it. Okay, excellent.
Understood.
Great. We discussed the mobile command center ongoing O&M expenses, and Mr. Horowitz gave me a reference for CNG. Is there a similar reference for SCG?
There is, it's schedule SCG WPC 3.04. This time it's line 17.
Excellent, thank you. We had a conversation about call before you dig and whether those expenses were valid. Is that the same answers for SCG?
They are.
And we had a conversation about PHMSA and their leak detection and repair NPRM. Same responses for SCG?
Yes, it is.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's all I have.
Thank you. Representatives of the union here. Attorney Inoue. Attorney Wright. Thank you. Attorney Lawton. Please.
And Shannon Lawn for Conservation Law Foundation. So SCG included some estimates of methane leakage from leak-prone pipes in this panel's direct testimony. That's at page 26, starting at line 15. Specifically, it says that the leak-prone pipes are estimated to have released approximately 3,500 metric tons of methane in 2022. So my question is, does the company also estimate the end-use emissions from your residential, commercial, and industrial customers?
Speaking of phase 3 emissions,
The emissions resulting from the use of gas by your customers in residential, commercial, and industrial sectors.
what you're referring to is scope 3 emissions, I believe, and I'm not aware that we do calculations for our end use customers at this point, but subject to check.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. EOE. Questions, thank you. Commissioner Karen. Mr. Vice Mayor. I think, given that we've already extended my late file exhibits as 74, 75, and 76, so long as there are no different responses for SCG to the conversation we had about gas procurement or any of the loft gas components, then I don't have any additional questions. So any differences to those?
No differences.
Okay, thank you. Then I think we're all set. So Attorney Venora, do you need a moment to consider redirect?
Yes, just a couple moments.
Okay.
We don't have any redirect.
Okay. Thank you. Then we will move to the capital investments panel from CNG. So I'll ask authority staff to approach the cross-examination table, and Attorney Venora, Attorney Yvonne, any new witnesses to introduce? Oh, sorry, 1 second. Attorney Wheel?
Sorry, I apologize. I did have an administrative matter that I wanted to quickly raise just pertaining to scheduling and Attorney Lon's, apologies, Attorney Lon's request this morning. I've spoken with Attorney Lon and with the company regarding Attorney Lon's witness. OCC would be willing to waive our cross entirely of that witness. I believe the company would also be willing to waive. Just wanted to notify that of the authority of that, given it may impact the witness's travel plans from California, meaning witness may not have to come depending on Attorney Lon's options. So I apologize for raising it now. It's just in recognition of Attorney Lon's limited availability this afternoon. I don't believe she's going to be here for closing administrative matters.
Okay, so the witness in question is on both the capital investments panel and I think the clean energy innovations panel. So let me just say this back to you. The only party that had affirmative cross for her witness in either situation was the OCC. The OCC is willing to waive, and the company is willing to waive. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we're just trying to get our panel settled. We need we had reserved our right to cross, but we don't have any cross for Mr. Sebulko.
Okay. Attorney Keenan, can you confirm we reserve the right for CLF's panel? Can you confirm we have no cross, please? Or Attorney LaFave, I don't know his.
And perhaps Chairman, we could hold this till if it works, then the authority could accept Attorney Lon's witness adopting via affidavit as has been the practice historically. And I can, if Attorney Lon has to leave before the end of the day, I can relay to her. I'm just trying to minimize the disruption I've already made now.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I'm Attorney Lon, we have the OCC and the company conceding or waiving cross of your witness for both capital investments and clean energy panel. I guess the simplest way to do this would be to put the onus back on you, Attorney Lon, to contact DEEP, the AG, and EOE to confirm that they also waive cross. Well, the AG is right here.
Thank you.
AG waives cross.
Yes, I believe so.
We waive any rights to cross the.
Okay, thank you. EOE waives cross. So please contact DEEP to confirm that they waive cross of both panels and make that representation in your motion. And if you file in motion with the affidavit attached, we have, as Attorney Wheel pointed out, historically accepted the adoption of testimony via affidavit. So if you could just represent in that affidavit that DEEP also waives cross, I think we've covered every other party.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Attorney Venora, any new witnesses to introduce?
We do. Mr. Vaughn will introduce them, but we do need to ask to be able to use the handheld mic for one of our witnesses who's Mrs. TheBurge at the end of the table.
Of course.
Because we want to be able to hear her at all times.
Of course. Ms. Lupley will make that accommodation.
Thank you. And then we do have some new witnesses, and Mr. Vaughn can have them introduce themselves.
Thank you.
To all the panel members, front table, could you please introduce yourselves and state your full names and positions for the record?
April Thaverge, Vice President of Accounting and Process for Avangrid.
Yvette LeBombard, Senior Director, Gas Engineering.
Albert Langland, Vice President, Gas Engineering and Operations for Avangrid.
Brian Horgan, Senior Director of Gas Design and Delivery for Avangrid.
Adam McLaughlin, Senior Director of Investment Planning for Avangrid.
Paul Corfeld, Senior Manager, Design Engineering.
All right, thank you. If all of the new witnesses, so not you, Mr. Langland, could please raise your right hand to administer the oath. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury.
I do.
Thank you, Attorney Vaughn.
Thank you. Mr. O'Loughlin, Ms. Thaberge, Mr. Horgan, Ms. LeBombard, and Mr. Quarefield. As part of your preparation for this docket, did you provide pre-filed direct and rebuttal testimony and exhibits, which were marked as exhibits CNG-SCG, CNG-CIP 1 through 7 as supplemented, exhibits SCG CIP 1 through 8 as supplemented, exhibit CNG/SCG-CIP rebuttal 1, CNG-CIP-rebuttal 2 and 3, and SCG-CIP-rebuttal 2 and 3.
We did.
Yes.
Yes.
Did each of you also sponsor responses to interrogatories submitted in this proceeding?
Yes.
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 Do you have any updates or corrections to your pre-filed testimonies or interrogatory responses not previously identified for the record in interrogatory responses?
No.
And do you adopt your pre-filed testimonies and interrogatory responses as part of your sworn testimony in this proceeding?
Yes.
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 And lastly, to the panel, for the purposes of admission into the record, have you reviewed and do you adopt the interrogatory responses submitted by the other witnesses identified for the capital investment panel?
Yes.
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 Thank you. The panel is available for cross-examination.
Thank you. We will begin with the authority staff, please.
Good afternoon, panel. My name is Ryan Paff. I am a consultant for Pura and Pura staff. And my first item that I'd like to cover is maybe a little more administrative in nature, but I want to make sure that the late file exhibit that I requested for the update, or I should say for the reconciliation from the updated plant model to the updated schedules in CIP 3, CIP 4, and CIP 5 has made it into the CNG record as well, because I believe I made that to the SCG revenue requirement panel. And if it hasn't, then I'd like to make that here.
Hold on, Mr. Pack, which late file exhibit was that?
I'm not sure what number that was. But I believe I made it to the specifically to the SCG revenue requirement panel, but not to the CNG revenue requirement panel. That's why I wanted to bring it up.
Okay, I think it's late file exhibit 43.
I think we may have to, I thought that it was part of LFE 1.
The reconciliation of the
Yeah.
plant model.
Oh, I think I think we'll have to check. We'll have to check our list of LFEs and make sure that I understand. I mean, we want it to apply to both companies. I just have to pull up our list of LFEs and figure out which one it is.
Okay, thank you. All right, please continue, Mr. Pack.
Okay. Could you please go to the response to RRU 443? In this response, the company was requested to provide a plant and service roll forward. Do you remember this request?
I believe this response was sponsored by the revenue requirement panel.
I do recall this request.
And the roll forward itself was provided as an embedded image in the narrative response.
I see that.
Would it be possible to get an updated plan and service roll forward in Excel that corresponds to LFE 1?
Yes.
And just so we're clear, those all the components of this, to the extent applicable, would be referenced to supporting worksheets or tabs, I should say.
You just run that by me again. My apologies.
No, that's fine. All the components of this roll forward would be cell reference to their supporting tabs, Excel tabs. In other words, they wouldn't just be hard coded.
And the only reason I'm pausing is I think the only element of this table that would change with the LFE 1 update would be it's always dangerous to look at numbers quickly, but I think it's the last 2 rows that would change. And they would be just, we can embed this in the updated plan model. If that would be helpful.
Yes, it would.
I think that would be the best way to accomplish what you're seeking.
Okay.
Okay, so do we think that's gonna be captured by LFE 1 or LFE 43, or would you like another late file exhibit reference?
We can take another late file and then just reference to the exact addition we're making.
I appreciate that, Mr. Hurwitz, but Mr. Pfaff, I need you to remind me of the reference, please.
It's RRU 443, the plant and service roll forward.
So it's provide a unlocked Excel file.
Provide an updated plant and service roll forward that corresponds to LFE 1.
Okay, thank you.
Could you
77.
And so just to confirm, so that would be the counterpart. We did find it was LFE 43 was the SCG counterpart to that question. So
No,
that's
I know what you're saying.
yeah. Okay. So
2 late files, right? We're looking at here.
so we'll need a late file. We'll need the CNG version of LFE 43, I think is what we're
Yes.
saying, right?
So let's make the CNG version of 43 will become 78 because I just designated 77 as the reference or the update in RRU 443. Cool, thank you.
And Chair Gillette. Every time I move it, it turns off. I'll look at Mr. Hurwitz to confirm this, but I just want to confirm that late file 77 would likely be best due on May 17th, along with late file 1.
I appreciate that very much. Yes.
And as well, additionally, I believe it was confirmed in the transcript, but late file 43 is also due on May 17th. So I would ask that late file 78 have that same due date.
Yes, okay, so I'm at 143, 77, and 78 as May 17th.
I think so, yes.
Okay, very good. And then the remainder of the LFEs issued this week have the due date specified in the schedule. All right, Mr. Pfaff.
Mr. Hurwitz, one clarification about that. About what we're going to receive on the 17th, specifically related to the reconciliation between the reconciliations related to the plant roll forward and the CIP schedules, as well as this plant and service roll forward. Will there be a unique project identification numbers that we can tie to the between the different schedules?
All my days are starting to blend together, but I recall you pointed us to a column in the plant model with a title along those lines that was blank.
Correct.
And you're asking, can we fill that in LFE1?
Can you fill that in, and can you ensure that it's consistent amongst the different schedules so that we can?
I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Yeah, so that we can tie between all the schedules.
And with all the schedules here, just to make sure I think we're on the same page, but just to make sure you're referencing the project detail in the plant model and the monthly plant updates and other plant addition information. I think CIP 3 and the monthly updates we submitted thereafter.
Those, and if there are any additional schedules resulting from this plant and service roll forward, LFE.
I wouldn't anticipate including project level information in this particular roll forward, just because RRU 443 is more high level. But otherwise, yes. And unless, apologies if I'm missing what you're suggesting.
Well, when you say you wouldn't expect having project level information in this roll forward,
I'm looking at the table inserted as a picture into RRU 443 CNG supplement subpart C, and it just doesn't contain project level information.
this itself doesn't contain project level information, but when I was discussing before the referencing of this information to supporting tabs, that's what I was trying to convey.
I apologize. To be more clear, when we append this in Excel to the previously filed plant model, I would anticipate that project detail tab being the tab that we link to, if that helps.
Okay. And would that incorporate all of this information or not necessarily?
It can. The only information in the plant model to which we could link would be as here and on. So the historical information would be as filed here.
Okay.
Is that what you were expecting?
Yes.
We can do that.
Okay. Could you please open the attachment responses to RRU 42 and RRU 767? In these responses, I'll ask it this way. The request RRU 42 was an initial request in which we asked the company to provide the revenue requirement impact of unused service lines. The company provided the list that is up on the screen now being projected. In RRU 767, the company was asked to update this response as well as provide some additional information. Do you have both of those responses?
We do.
And the response to RRU 767 does not contain all the information that RRU 42 contained. And specifically, it doesn't include the net investment column. And so my question is whether that was intentional.
It was not intentional and we apologize, but when we update this on May 10th, as we were requested to do, we will ensure that's included.
Okay. And I believe that RRU 766 was a similar request related to mains.
We're there.
And this also had slightly different information in that it included the gross investment amount. And I believe that both RRU 766 and RRU 767 were asked to be updated. And I know that RRU 7, yes. Would you agree with that?
That both questions sought updated information.
Correct.
I do agree.
Oh, okay. When the company provides the update, could they provide both the work order number and a breakout of the investment components of each of these items? And when I say breakout, I mean the beginning gross plant and ending with the net plant amount.
Breakout in effect, you're seeking net plant.
Correct.
One moment. Yes, we can do that. Let me just take note. So to ensure we actually do that.
Could you please go to RRU 31?
Said 31031.
031, yes.
Just one moment, or I have the response open.
Okay, I'm going to ask a series of questions about cybersecurity costs.
I'm gonna
Yeah, we have one of our pre-identified witnesses, Mr. Zadru, who can assist with the cybersecurity questions.
Excellent.
Okay, Mr. Zadru, if I could just ask you to, I'm going to take the oath, or I'm going to administer the oath. If you could please raise your right hand. I swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth under pains and penalties of perjury. Thank you, Mr. Pfaff.
For ease of discussion in these questions, I'm sometimes going to use the term the company.
Yep.
But if there is ever a point where I use that term and you believe it needs to be clarified to Avangrid, please let me know so that we can ensure the record is clear.
Okay.
In RRU 31, the company was asked whether it had performed any assessment of its cybersecurity framework within the past 5 years. Is that correct?
Correct.
And your response, I'm saying you generally, but the company's response was that Avangrid conducted an assessment of its cybersecurity posture in 2020. Is that correct?
Correct.
Could the term cybersecurity posture be used interchangeably with cybersecurity framework, or do those two phrases have different meanings?
Different meanings. Posture is basically maturity or capability levels. The framework is the kind of the methodology to assess that.
Okay, so would it be correct that cybersecurity posture is the current state of the organization?
At the time of the posture would change as capabilities get deployed. So the posture or the maturity or capability level would be could be different at different points in time. So at the time when the assessment took place, there was a determination of our security posture or our maturity level. And as time progresses, we're looking to improve those capabilities, hence improving our security posture.
And when I said the current state of the organization's security, I meant that as a point in time. So if I rephrase that and said it refers to the current state of the organization's security at a point in time, would you agree with that?
Correct. And this, just to clarify, this assessment focused on our operational technology, operational environments. So these are the environments that are used to manage our critical infrastructure and the services. So there's a detailed focus in those environments. And that's really where this assessment is looking to improve our capabilities.
The response to RRU 31 continued by stating that PwC conducted the original assessment as well as a recent reassessment.
Correct.
And that reassessment was related to the National Institute of Standards and Technology cybersecurity framework. Is that correct?
Correct.
And can you briefly describe what that is?
Yeah, sure. That's a pretty standard framework that that many companies use to. It really gives us a way to assess our company's cybersecurity maturity. Cybersecurity is very broad. This framework helps provide that methodology to kind of assess where you're at, where you might have improvement needs, where you might have strengths. So the framework itself breaks things out into 5 categories: identify, protect, detect, respond, recovery. Those all tend to respond to incident response phases as well. But within those categories, there's different requirements, best practice recommendations that companies can then kind of benchmark themselves against. So under identify would be things like asset management, knowing what your assets are, our governance policies and procedures around cybersecurity, risk management, to name a few. When you get to protect, those are going to be your protective controls, such as network security protections, firewalls, data protection, system protection, identity and access management. So having controls about access to systems. Once you have those controls in place, you need to have some visibility into your network to see what's going on. So the next phase is detect, and there's controls around monitoring and detection of potential anomalies within your environment. Once you identify those anomalies, the next phase is respond, right? So you identify something in your system. You need to take action on it, determine whether it's malicious or not. If it is malicious, you need to have the ability to take action, isolate the device, have some type of investigative procedures to forensic see if there was an issue there, and if you had any data loss. Once you get beyond that phase, and the final phase within this assessment is recover. You want to get back to normal operations. So, and lessons learned. So basically, through that in this framework, there's a series of requirements and standards that you review and kind of measure your company against to see what you have in place, what you don't. There's a 4-tier kind of maturity assessment associated with this. Tier 1 is basically just ad hoc. You have partial items in place for cybersecurity. Then you move to Tier 2, which is more risk informed. So you're getting things in place, but you're not. It's not where you. Well, depends on the company, but not where we want to be. Tier 3 is having repeatable processes in place. And tier 4, which is, the maximum tier is, you're in a state of continuous improvement, or you have the processes in place, you're always looking to improve. So from a company perspective, the initial assessment, I believe, was overall 1.9. Each of the different phases would have a different rating, but overall is 1.9. Currently, based on the reassessment, we're at about 2.1 with a goal of getting to 3. We want to get to repeatable processes with our cybersecurity program within our operational technologies group.
Thank you for that. That was a very comprehensive response. Appreciate it. You already somewhat covered this, but this assessment in 2020 resulted in a quote unquote cybersecurity maturity score that PwC provided.
Correct.
And that cybersecurity maturity score correlates to the tiers of 1 through 4. Is that correct?
Correct.
And this score looked at Avangrid as a whole, not specifically CNG, correct?
So it looked at Avangrid as a whole as it relates to operational technology groups. So really specifically within the gas and electric confines. We also have another layer of corporate. This assessment didn't go into that level. So this is more specifically for the operational technology groups, the groups that manage our critical infrastructure.
And we just discussed how Avangrid went from a score of 1.9 to 2.1 from 2020, between 2020 and 2023. Is that correct?
Correct. So and if you want an explanation on that, I can elaborate. It takes, from the time of the assessment to kind of build up the structure to develop a program to address the improvements in cybersecurity. So that took a period of time, through 2021. 2022 was, kind of launch of certain key projects that were identified. And as those projects either get deployed, we have an agile deployment method. So you might deploy a certain system, and as we're starting to get value of that system, we charge at the plant, but we might be additional capabilities we'll build on that system over time. So we have an agile deployment process as it relates to the capabilities. Moving the needle on these capabilities takes some time because we need to have some of these foundational components put in place, asset management, identity and access management systems. And those actually have a little bit longer time frame to implement. But as we get those foundational pieces in place, we'll start seeing bigger maturity levels in our assessments.
And can you describe the criteria that determines the score?
Yeah, it is. I probably would want to, maybe defer to that. I mean, it's a NIST criteria, and there's a mechanism for rating on that, and I probably would want to defer maybe a late file on that just to get the specifics of how the consultants did that, if that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're up to late file exhibit 79, which is to provide
provide the criteria for the NIST-CSF maturity score.
Yeah, I think that's fine, or tier score. I mean, essentially, there's a whole list of standards and requirements, and based on whether you have those things in place and at what level you have those processes, it determines the score. But I want to get you the technical specifics.
I appreciate that. Can you go to RRU 657, please?
Yes, we're here. Thank you.
And in this request, the company was asked in subpart C to provide a narrative description of how the NIST CSF ratings are assigned. And the company's response was that the NIST CSF ratings are determined by PwC, who has been contracted to oversee the Avangrid maturity development for the cyber assurance and compliance. Do you see that?
Yes. Yes.
The first. So I believe you just stated that you don't know exactly how PwC assigns these ratings. Is that correct?
Well, personally, right now, to explain it, no. I actually wasn't typically involved with the rating part of it. I know typically how it's done, but I want to be accurate in our response. And so that's why I want to be able to provide that specifically. With NIST, there's typically a standard rating formula for that. I just want to confirm that that was used.
And when you say standard, that leads into my next question. Would there be any subjectivity in the scoring?
I'd say it's fair assessment. There could potentially be subjectivity into the assessment, yes.
In response to RRU 657, the company stated that PwC was to conduct the assessment and provide a current maturity rating, as well as produce a path forward to the company's desired level of having a maturity rating of 3.0 or higher. Do you see that statement? Or would you agree with that statement if you don't see it?
I would agree with that statement, yes.
What is intended by the phrase producing a path forward? In other words, how is PwC producing a path forward for the company?
That is the roadmap of projects. What are the projects capabilities that we need to focus on implementing to get us to where we want to be?
And is PwC in the role of both assessing the cybersecurity network and advising the company on how to improve the cybersecurity network?
In this situation, they have been, yes.
Would you agree that there is a potential conflict of interest with regard to PwC's role if they're both consulting with the company on assessing the cybersecurity network and designing the cybersecurity network?
I would say there'd be potential for that, yes.
How does the company manage that potential conflict of interest?
I believe everything to date seems appropriate. There's nothing that seemed out of line with what has been either assessed as a rating or identified as a project that needs to be implemented. They seem to be in alignment. However, I do agree that future assessments probably should be from a different third party.
Do you know how much Avangrid has paid PwC in fees related to its cybersecurity initiatives?
I don't have that readily available, but we do have that information. That's something that I'm not sure has been provided in one of the filings, and if not, it's something that could be provided.
Okay, I'd like to request that as a late file.
Okay, that's late file exhibit 80. Mr. Pfaff, if you could restate for me, please.
A list of the fees related to cybersecurity initiatives paid to PwC on an annual basis.
Could we please just clarify whether that's paid by CNG and SCG or Avangrid as a whole?
Thanks for that clarification. That would be either and both. Yeah, thank you.
Actually, probably one of the clarifications specific to the cybersecurity plan, because PwC potentially may have other arrangements with Avangrid.
No other arrangements yet, just
okay.
specifically related to cybersecurity initiatives.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Give me 1 second because you've answered so some of my other questions, so I want to make sure I'm not duplicating anything. Does the company utilize any performance metrics related to cybersecurity that allows it to track the company's performance in this area?
So there are different things that we are tracking within the operational technologies group. Those metrics are being developed through the governance program. Things that we're starting to measure might be specific, so detection and response, number of alerts that get raised, number of false positives, severity of alerts. So that would be one example, for in the detection areas. As some of these other systems get put in place, we'll have better opportunity for some of those metrics. As a company, we do capture overall patching metrics, number of servers covered with antivirus and a number of other type of security metrics.
And these metrics are maintained in a formalized way that we could see the.
So there's metrics at the overall Avangrid level, right? So that are captured and measured on a quarterly basis. We are working to develop some of those metrics within the operational technologies area as well.
So as far as what we've been discussing thus far, would there be such metrics related to what we discussed thus far, these cybersecurity initiatives that we've just discussed?
I think a lot of those are still be put in place, so obtaining the metrics is a little bit more difficult. In some cases, we may have some of those metrics manually, which I would need to follow up on.
I believe you indirectly answered my question, or answered the next question that I have, but the reviewing performance metrics is not a primary component of how you have historically assessed the robustness of the cybersecurity network. Would that be accurate?
Yeah, it typically prior to this, using this assessment, we did use the C2M2 assessment. We also, which is a self-assessment, we've done that for a number of years. We do have our annual meetings with Pura on cybersecurity. And we're working to continue to develop a series of different metrics overall for cybersecurity. Other things that we track of the company is, training and awareness metrics, from a cybersecurity perspective, number of security assessments, high critical vulnerabilities. We track serious things around threat as well, threat intelligence. But we are working to, and this is one of the things why this project's in place, and as a company, we're trying to improve cybersecurity, is to get more fidelity on specific metrics that can then be more useful in making future decisions.
Maybe I can ask you this question, but how do you feel comfortable that the cybersecurity, can I call it framework or posture? I don't. How do you feel comfortable that it's actually improving, even if the PwC score is, it increases? I guess what I'm saying is, how do you validate that the cybersecurity framework of the company actually is improving?
Yeah, I think, and some of these things becomes much easier, much more tangible. Asset management for example, currently in our operational, it's a little bit disparate how we track our assets. It could be manual spreadsheets. When you have an asset management system, all that information is available, readily available. So for me, key thing that I use an asset management system, or my teams use an asset management system for, is when we get these alerts or advisories that a specific asset has a critical vulnerability that's being exploited, right? The first thing we want to know is, do we have this asset in our company? By able to go to an asset management system, you can quickly tell, all right, we do have this device, this type of device in our environment. All right, do we have that version that's being exploited? From there, we can quickly determine that, yes, we do. That asset management system will also have the responsible parties for maintaining that system. So now we can quickly reach out to those folks to see if they have a plan in place to patch that vulnerability, and take whatever precautions necessary to eliminate that risk of that vulnerability. Currently, right now, if that asset information is sitting in spreadsheets throughout different folks in the organization, or in even disparate systems, that becomes much more difficult to do. So from a cyber perspective, that's where there's a big benefit, and that's where you start seeing those gains by having these things put in place. It becomes much more manageable to control and much more useful. And that would, be the same for some of the other systems we're putting in: identity and access management, having a good way to manage identities within that with that environment, making sure only the folks who have the need and access to the systems, to be able to monitor that, control that, or if somebody leaves, to be able to terminate that access quickly. Those are things that all improve cybersecurity capabilities by putting these things in. So it's very evident as you start deploying these capabilities that you are improving the cybersecurity posture or maturity within the organization. Also, even talk to metrics. By having these systems in place, you start getting much more fidelity on the metrics and information. We can tell how many of what type of assets we have in our system, how many might be on, or how many servers might be obsolete that need to be upgraded. So these are all things that kind of help improve our cyber awareness, and also help to inform us, hey, these systems are going out of date. They need to be addressed. Let's put the projects in place for next year to have these servers replaced. So these things all kind of feed into having that visibility into what we have in our environments, and to be able to act quickly on that information. I kind of rambled a little bit there, so I apologize.
No, you're fine. So what is the reason behind targeting a 3.0?
Yeah, I think that gets to the point where that just says we have solid processes in place. They're ingrained in our organization. Again, they're repeatable. You can count on them. They're tested. Moving from a 3 to a 4, not sure that buys us as much bang for the buck, but getting from to just a risk informed to actually having a repeatable process in place really starts to speak to me, having a secure cybersecurity organization.
And was there any cost benefit analysis performed to say, if we go from a 1.9 to a 3.0, it's this cost, but we have this level of confidence that we're going to be able to absorb any cybersecurity issues, or avoid any cybersecurity issues?
Yes. So, and specifically with cyber, it's a little bit more challenging because everything we do with cyber is about risk reduction, all right, risk mitigation. And we're never going to be able to eliminate risk completely. However, what we do look to try to minimize it, or when something happened, to kind of minimize the impact of that specific event. You know, all these components through the NIST assessment are recognized best practices and recommendations for organizations to follow. I think it's mandated, you know, for the, federal government type of agencies, but for, for companies like us, especially critical infrastructure, it is a solid framework for us to go off of. And again, from a cost benefit analysis, I would need to check on that specifically at what point that would have been done, or if it was evaluated. But typically with cyber, it's really more about risk prevention, risk reduction.
And has the company CNG, or more broadly Avangrid, if the answer is different, ever been found in violation of any cybersecurity regulations?
So not that I'm aware from a pure cybersecurity perspective. On the electric side, there might be SIP requirements that have some cyber components in nature. I don't know. I wouldn't be able to speak to that specifically, but we have not had anything related to cyber, be called out as a violation.
Could you open RRU 31 attachment 2, please?
Okay.
This document is labeled 2023 NIST CSF reassessment roadmap overview.
Correct.
And was this document created by PwC?
Yes. With support of Avangrid, our Avangrid employees.
Could you please turn to page 16?
Okay.
Starting on page 16, there's a portion that is titled Avangrid Networks Updated Roadmap Budget.
Correct.
And the revised total master plan, which is the top number on the far right of the page, is listed as 65.4 million as a high range and a low range of 55.3 million. Do you see that?
Yes.
Can you explain what these numbers represent?
So basically the costs of the master plan is shared across all the Avangrid opcos. So the overall master plan, those would be the high and low estimates for the overall program. The CNG, well, that's what that is. Sorry. This is speaking overall Avangrid. So.
And is this the amount that PwC is proposing to the company for its services, or is this?
No,
Okay.
This is overall. So obviously there's a portion of services required by PwC, but there's a lot of components of this plan is software procurement, hardware, and then other types of professional services that would be required to implement the plan. So there's different vendors for asset management, for identity access management, detection and response. So this is based on their expert estimation on kind of what what's involved with those projects, what the cost project potentially would be.
And this is a project that, is it 4 years? Is that?
Yeah, so I think originally the plan was to go through 2025. I believe the new estimates is kind of extend out through 2027. Obviously, it's a pretty robust plan also with the the budget and resources. There's a limit to how much we could absorb.
And this is the plan that Avangrid ultimately went forward with.
In general, yeah, I mean, a lot of these are a little higher level in general, yes, but I know certain things have been put on hold temporarily. And I believe there might have been some other responses that maybe had some more details on the projects.
But would it be fair to say that the cost that the company has incurred or plans to incur, and I said the company, I meant Avangrid, the cost that Avangrid anticipates incurring related to this plan would be between 65 million and 55 million.
I believe we've reduced those estimates, though. I would need to validate that. Those were the, I think it pretty determined, but I believe those have been reduced.
Okay. Could we get that as a late file or a read-in? I don't know what would be more appropriate.
Okay, so late file 81, and if you could restate that for me, please.
It would be the revised budget for the company's total master plan indicated on RRU 31 attachment 2.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, Mr. Pfaff, we're using company there as Avangrid or CNG or?
Avangrid.
Thank you.
And I realize that you're not the revenue requirement witness, and you may not know this, but I also realize Mr. Hurwitz is behind you, so I assume somebody will be able to answer it. But approximately what percentage of these costs would be getting allocated to CNG?
Actually, I do have that, I believe. I believe the CNG allocation is 5.5%.
Okay. Those are all my questions. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Yeah, I believe Mr. Baker has a few questions.
You have a few.
Okay, good afternoon, Carl Baker with Authority staff. Start with your response to interrogatory GPSU 26.
We're good.
Okay, thank you. Your response to B, where we asked for an explanation of how the DIMP Excel workbook functions. In the narrative there, you talked about the different scoring items there. One was road condition score. I understand the narrative, that's great. But down in the table below that, you spelled out what each of those scores meant. For some reason, I can't find road condition score in that table. Am I missing it or?
You're correct. It's not in that table.
Excellent. Then could I request a late file then to supplement the response to GPSU 026B to include the road score data in that table, please?
Okay, and it's 026, right?
Yes.
Okay. That is late file exhibit 82.
Thank you. Just kind of a high level general question here. Your older infrastructure, your mains, your service lines, in general, we leave pipe in the ground. It's not going to self heal, right? Leaks aren't going to go away. It's not going to get less leak prone over time, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Within your distribution integrity management plan, or I'll say back that up, the regulations for distribution integrity management, or DIMP, requires you to risk rank your threats, correct?
That's correct.
All right. And what are some of your biggest risks? I'm not asking you to go through the whole table, but top 2 or 3.
Would be cast iron, bare steel. It would be third-party damages, typically the high.
Okay, great. And so then the cast iron, you would end up risk ranking those individual segments of cast iron too, right? As we just spoke about that DIMP Excel workbook there, so.
Yes.
Okay. And one of those factors was diameter, correct? If I remember that table correctly, diameter is one of the risk factors.
Yes.
Yeah. And can you speak to what pipe is riskiest or least risky?
Typically, smaller diameter cast iron will exhibit more leaks than larger diameter.
They more susceptible to cracking.
Yes.
Yeah, and that tends to be a significant problem, right?
Correct.
Okay. Small diameter cast iron risk unique to Connecticut?
No.
Okay. Historically, you guys have had replacement programs, and the authority has set orders for you to carry out these programs, including a dollar target, right? Usually we would set a yearly expenditure level that you were required to meet.
Correct.
We didn't set mileage targets traditionally, correct?
That is correct.
All right. Any reason why you think the authority would set a dollar target instead of a mileage target?
The thought is, the program as it stands now, we do have a 20-year target to replace all cast iron bare steel. My guess is you can do easier projects first, and you want to make sure we're doing the correct prioritization.
Okay.
No.
And by saying that dollar target, it allows the engineering group to really focus on what the risk is, right? Versus maybe somebody in the financial department saying, let's do the cheapest pipe.
No, that's right. I think, it allows us to prioritize the riskiest pipe first. So we might be going after something in downtown Hartford. It's very costly, but it presents a bigger risk, but it may not add to our mileage totals as a result. So I think the position that is a smart one.
And then, of course, as Mr. Corfield just mentioned, you'd still have that dual responsibility of focusing on the 20-year plan anyway. So it's not like we don't have to replace pipe at the same time. So.
Correct.
Been some various discussions about low pressure piping. Talk about the Merrimack Valley incident in Massachusetts that happened a few years back. Touch on, was that a low pressure issue?
Yes, it was.
And did that, if that system weren't low pressure, could those risks have been dramatically mitigated?
Certainly.
Yeah. Rolling blackouts were also mentioned, right? So problems on the low pressure side. Why is it a problem on the low pressure side and not so much on your higher pressure systems?
Again, these systems are operating at, 7, 8 inches water column. Just to put it in perspective, 28 inches water column equals 1 PSIG. So these systems are operating very low. If during a peak day condition, very cold outside, we have a rolling blackout come through, customer's heating equipment is off 4, 6 hours, who knows how long, electric gets flipped back on, everybody's calling for heat all at once. It sucks that low pressure system to zero. And now we have a big problem on our hands because, as we know, gas outages take much, much longer to restore than electric. This would be potentially a weeks-long event in the middle of winter.
And so if you had a, say, 60-pound system, which is a more traditional design for today's systems, you have a lot of margin of error there, right? 60 pounds almost before you'd start to worry about customer outages.
That's correct.
How do emergency generators fare on your low pressure system?
Not well.
You have customers wanting them, and then you're telling them that that's not gonna be conducive on a low pressure system.
That's right. We don't have the capacity available.
How about high efficiency furnaces? Do we run into a challenge there on low pressure as well?
We sure do.
Okay. So I've also seen some suggestions that this move to high pressure, maybe maybe I'm reading between the lines, but solely there for you to pick up more customers. In these areas that you have this old infrastructure, what's your current saturation rate in general? Do you have most of the customers or some?
We do. I mean, in general, I think, and we've done some analysis on this, it's 90% plus saturation already in these areas.
So what's the real reasons for bringing pressure into these systems then?
Again, we can improve the reliability, the safety. We can use smaller diameter pipe, make more cost-effective installations as well.
Right, smaller diameter, less excavations, less restoration, less paving, overall cheaper costs.
Less material costs, less everything, yes.
And the pressures are already there from the interstate systems, right? It's not like you're having to boost pressures or anything. I, for lack of a better term, call it free energy.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. That's all the questions I have this time.
Thanks, Attorney Keenan. All right, let's take a short break. And when we come back, we'll try to complete the Office of Consumer Counsel's cross before wrapping for the day. Let's return at 3:10, please. Yep.
Yeah, there I am. That's like.
Swear I'm sitting.
Okay. Two things. We are going to wrap after OCC's cross, so no pressure. And we'll obviously come back Monday morning. And then the administrative question earlier about when do I think we're gonna get to depreciation? My best guess is the start of the third week, May 6th. I can't see us getting to depreciation before that.
That was our estimate as well. I just should note that that Mr. Alice, who's the depreciation witness, has to testify in Massachusetts on May 7th, which is the Tuesday of that week. If we could plan on May 8th or any day, any later day that week.
So he can't do the 6th?
I think he's traveling on the 6th to get to, I will confirm that with, let me confirm and report back. That was what I had from him, was the 8th. But
Okay, we can take that up next week. And any administrative matters before we resume cross? Okay, Attorney Wheel, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Tom Wheel for the Office of Consumer Counsel. I'm going to try to go fast, but candidly, I'm concerned that our cross estimate may have underestimated our time. Here we are at 3 p.m. on Friday. So I'm going to start with Exhibit CIP 7, which is the 5-year capital plan report. I'm just looking at page 2 of the report itself, which is a PDF, page 4. So I'm specifically looking at the 5-year capital plan summary table. So as a pretty obvious, perhaps first question, this report reflects the company's plans for capital expenditures from 2023 through 2027?
That is correct.
Okay, so those are the planned levels of investment in those years?
Correct. Those are the planned levels of capital expenditures.
Okay. And the total planned levels then for each year is the grand total shown on the line labeled grand total for each year?
That is correct.
And I noticed that the level of total capital expenditures is expected to increase each year. And in each year, it seems that the majority of capital expenditures are in the infrastructure improvement and replacement category.
That is correct. The infrastructure improvement and replacement category is the largest area of spend in terms of the overall portfolio share, but also is the key driver for the increase throughout the 5-year period.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the capital plan that was filed in CNG's rate application in docket 180516?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And that plan included these same general categories except for 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021. Is that correct?
This plan was developed to be in alignment with the same categorization utilized in that docket. There are, in certain instances, incremental categories.
Thank you. Would you accept subject to check? What I did was I looked at that plan in that last docket and I looked at the customer category and averaged I looked at each of those 4 years, added them together, divided by 4, and came up with an average for customer category in that plan of $15.188 million. Does that sound generally accurate?
That is in terms of,
The average annual spend in the customer category for the previous capital plan that was submitted in that last rate case.
the average forecasted capital expenditures in that plan. That sounds about right.
Okay, thanks. Well, because the reason I'm asking is that I also averaged the same category for this plan and noticed that the number is slightly lower. So I got 14.865. So I'm just asking for confirmation that is the level of investment in the customer category plan to decrease as compared to the 2018 to 2021 period?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And it looked to me in the capital plan in 1805-16, which is the previous rate case, that the new business subsection of that customer section was around on across the range from about 10 million to an 11.5 million per year, but here it's an 8 to 10 million range annually.
Sounds correct.
Okay, so what's driving that reduction in new business plan spend?
Yes, so that would correspond with the elimination of the incentive programs that were part of the comprehensive energy strategy.
Okay, is that also what's generally referred to as the gas expansion program?
Correct.
Thank you. And for system operations, I did the same kind of general comparison. I got an average of about 4.72 million from the last plan and about 6.7 million this year. So in general, system operations is planning to increase in this capital plan.
I believe that's correct.
Thanks. I did notice that there was sort of an outlier for when I'm looking at year 2027 in Exhibit 7 here. System operations is 2.881 million, which seems substantially lower than it's actually lower than any year in the prior plan. Can you explain why that is?
So the increase in system operations is primarily driven by certain facilities investments. So you'll notice in the facilities subcategory line, there are some discrete investments included within the plan in the first 3 years. So that is the driver for the increase in the near term of the plan, and then the long-term decrease.
Okay, and what is it about 2027 that has a especially lower spend for that particular year? Again, in referring to system operations. I'm just to be clear, I'm looking at system operations total line item. So we got like almost 7.6 million, then about 8.5 million, then 9.7 million, then down to 5, and then down to about 3 million. And so it looks like it's sort of rapidly decreasing towards the end of the 5-year plan. Is that an accurate understanding?
Right. So the driver there is still with the planned facilities investment, and the fleet investment is also impacting that as well.
Okay. Thank you. And then for business effectiveness, I actually noticed that there's a significant difference in levels of spend from the last rate case. It looked to me like, unless there was a typo on the document I was looking at, it looked to me like that ranged from like 100,000 to 251,000 in the last rate case, and now it's up to, as of starting in 2023, it's up to almost 7.5 million. Can you explain why that's increased so much?
Yeah, business effectiveness is the category which includes the information technology and operational technology and other shared service investment that is associated with the phase out of the corporate capital charge.
Okay, so is that I'm looking to Mr. Hurwitz. I'm not necessarily asking the question to him, but is that sort of an indicator of the corporate capital charge change that we've just discussed during the revenue requirements revenue requirements panel?
That's where the primary portion of that investment is. Facilities would be another area that could potentially have some.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that we talked conceptually quite a bit about that in the prior panel, but that's conceptually dollars that in the prior rate plan would have gone through the corporate capital charge, not dollar for dollar understanding, but that's the primary difference in scope between the sizes of that section.
Right, the capital expenditure forecast would not have included those expenditures, while those expenditures would have been planned and necessary anyway.
And they would have been expensed in the prior rate plan as the corporate capital charge, right? To the expense to the operating company.
You got it. From the CNG or SCG perspective, it would be
Yes.
expense.
Okay, thank you. So, acknowledging that this is a single year rate case and that this 5-year capital plan, this level of spending expands beyond that. And also, well, back up a little. In terms of timing, when the company makes a capital expenditure in a given year, does that mean that that capital expenditure will become plant in service in the same year?
No, an expenditure in one calendar year does not imply the year that it will become a planned addition.
Right, so it could roll into service in that year, but perhaps it might not, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so is it fair to say then that some portion of the capital expenditures shown on this exhibit, perhaps for 2023 and 2024, and perhaps for 2025, may be impacting the requested level of plant, but not all of those years, correct?
The plant is an output from the capital planning.
Right, but it's not.
The amount of plant that goes in service in a given year could be equivalent to, for certain investments, as the capital expenditures, and for others, it may vary based on the
Sure.
nature of the investment.
Understood. And that's just driven by the reality of when you spend money, but the reality of the definition of plant entering service and the size of the project. For instance, the company might have to invest money in 1 year and it might not enter service for years, 2 or 3 years later, or another project could enter service the same month as the expenditure is incurred. Is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So then there are a significant portion of this exhibit has no revenue impact on this rate plan whatsoever, correct? I'll rephrase because I don't want to, I'm not trying to tie you to the word significant. There's a portion of this exhibit that has no revenue impact on this rate year whatsoever, correct?
There are investments on that schedule which will become used and useful after the conclusion of the rate year.
Okay. So given that, what exactly is the company seeking with respect to the 5-year plan in terms of what is the company seeking from Pura with respect to the 5-year capital plan?
I'm not sure that the company is seeking anything specific in terms of filing the 5-year capital investment plan. The intent of the plan is to both comply with standard filing requirements to provide the forecasted capital expenditures, as well as to provide additional information to support the level of those investments.
Okay, thank you. But for instance, the numbers reflected on this page for year 2027, which would you agree that those numbers couldn't possibly impact the plant requests within the rate year requested here?
They do highlight the investment that will be required in the future. And with much of the investment, particularly when it comes to things such as infrastructure replacement, which is the largest component of the budget, there is a timing aspect of that, and it's important to make sure that that be balanced over time. So this provides insight into, in addition to the investments that the company is proposing for recovery. In this case, it's highlighting the investment that is required into the future.
Thank you. And not to re-ask my last question, but does the company expect Pura to somehow authorize or approve or in any way acknowledge even this capital plan with respect to its ruling in this rate case?
With regard to the investments that the company is seeking recovery for in this case, There is information in this plan that helps to support those investments. And again, in terms of evaluating the investment levels for things such as infrastructure improvement programs, it's important to have the information with regard to future expenditures to be able to assess, current investment levels.
Okay, so is that another way of saying that to the extent PURA is analyzing the prudency of the plant that's sought for recovery in this rate case, that the company views the capital plan as relevant to that analysis?
It is informative.
Okay, thank you. I asked some questions during the revenue requirements panel about the proposed reconciliation mechanism that's discussed on pages 29 and 30 of your testimony. So I just had some questions about that just so I understand it. It sounds like the proposal is that the company would file monthly compliance filings comparing actual plant to planned plant. Is that correct?
The company would, yes, provide actual filings with regard to the actual plant that has gone into service.
As compared to the plant that's forecasted plant that's anticipated to enter service during the rate year.
Right, that is included in the forecast as part of the case.
So would those filings be comparing the level of plant that's entered service against the monthly ending balances reflected in Schedule B1 working paper?
Those filings are intended to demonstrate the actual plant additions that come into service.
Yeah, I understand. I guess I'm just asking for I understand we're going to see the actual plant in service that comes into service, but what is that specifically being compared to the monthly end balances and that are being presented as within the rate filing here? Monthly end balances during the rate year.
Right, so what we have proposed is to continue the monthly filings, which we have been conducting as supplements for the CIP3 exhibits, and will provide any additional information that is required as part of an order.
Okay, thanks. That was going to be my next question, was what the company envisioned those filings would look like, but it sounds like they would be similar to what the company's been filing throughout this rate proceeding.
Yes, with the exception that there would be additional documentation as we move throughout over the course of the interim period in the rate years, and there are additional project approvals happening in alignment with the budget and change request documentation as appropriate.
Okay. Thank you. This may be just a semantic question, but I noticed that testimony described a final filing within 60 days of the end of the rate year, showing final reconciliation and a narrative of variances that exceed 10%. And then the term that I'm asking about is 10% by investment category. Is that a reference to the capital plan investment categories, customer infrastructure, system operations? Is that reference?
No, so it's at that point that we would conduct a variance analysis of the actuals versus the plan, evaluating it by category. Those which are in excess of 10%, we would provide additional detailed information to explain the nature of the variances, in addition to the other documentation I already mentioned we would provide as part of the monthly filing.
Thank you. My question is specifically what you just said to show variances by category. What categories are you referring to?
Those are the investment categories. So the same categories that are shown on the capital investment exhibit, which we just discussed, those are the same categorizations in which the plant additions, all of the pro forma plant additions have been presented in.
Thank you. Are those categories listed on a B schedule somewhere?
No, the categories where I'm describing are the plant additions shown on the CIP 6 exhibits, or sorry, CIP 5 exhibits for pro forma additions.
Okay. I guess the reason I'm just a little confused is that it seems like my understanding was that the reconciliation here was to the level of plant that's being proposed, sort of in the standard filing requirements and the plant model. And it seemed to me that the categories we're talking about seem to be sort of a capital expenditure categorization, but I didn't see any of those categories in the plant model or sort of on the plant side of the case.
Attorney Wheel, I think your last question there sort of alludes to the answer. I think the disconnect is the B schedules and the revenue requirement are they're at a higher level. They start with the FERC accounts, which are not the same as the exhibits you've been discussing with Mr. O'Loughlin. However, in the plant model for CNG, that's exhibit CNG, SCG, RRP 12, the tab 4.1 plant additions detail, as it sounds like, provides detailed plant additions, and there's a Excel column F, which provides which category each project falls into.
Okay, thank you. I think that's exactly what I was
It's not
looking for.
displayed discreetly in the B schedules, but they're
Thank you.
consistent.
Thanks. And getting to the sort of last question, several questions about the reconciling proposal. I read that the proposal is that the company would refund customers for actual plant that falls below the plant additions included in rates.
That is correct.
Does the company have an idea for how that refund mechanism would work? Like whether Pura would authorize a rate adjustment or if it would, just how that refund would be effectuated?
Attorney Wheel, page 28 of the capital investment panel's direct testimony describes that we would defer this until the next rate case, and we would do that with carrying costs.
Okay. So would that be deferred as, I'll hesitate to use the term because of the, would that be held against, I assume that wouldn't be held as a rate base item because it'd be prior to a determination by Pura, or would the determination in this case is the proposal that would allow that to be held as an offset to rate base? I can
I
re-ask.
just need to think about that for a second. So the lower plant balance would result in rate base being lower on its own. And we would give we're including carrying costs to keep customers whole for the time value of money. And then we would address the deferral in our next rate case. We just wouldn't have a mechanism to adjust the rate base reflected in our approved base distribution revenue requirement absent a rate case.
Okay, thanks. And I assume that since that would be held until the next rate case to determine how it's treated, that the company doesn't now have an amortization proposal or like how the ultimate refund, the speed at which the refund would be redistributed to customers?
We don't have a proposal in that regard at this time.
Okay. And as you just said, though, and as the testimony says, that deferral would would include in interest computed from the date from the first underspend?
We are proposing to include carrying costs and just pausing on date of the first underspend. I want to make sure I think that through. Yeah, I think what's tripping me up about underspend is the deferral mechanism would be with respect to plant additions. But yes, our intention is to include carrying costs.
Thank you. The reason I use that term is that that's the term that appears on page 30 of the initial testimony. And as well as the term interest. So that's why I phrased the question that way. So what does the company mean by from the date the first underspend, from the date that the underspend first occurred?
One moment. Conceptually, Attorney Wheel, the comparison would be to actual plant additions to the level reflected in rate, and we would do a calculation each month, inclusive of carrying costs if necessary.
Okay. So the reference to underspend here maybe would have, you recognize that I think the difference between the term underspend implies the point of time of the expenditure, but it sounds like the proposal is actually about more tied to the entrance of plant and rate base. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Page 30 of the testimony, discussing the same proposal, beginning at line 4 there, references the submission of project documentation. Apologies. And this also might be sort of a semantic question. So I'll read the sentence beginning at page 4. The company will submit the project documentation associated with the planned plant additions to the authority for the purposes of a prudence review at the time of the compliance filing, or will present that documentation in the next base rate case. Is the proposal that the prudence review could occur at the time of the compliance filing, or that the documentation would be provided at the time of the compliance filing?
believe the intent is the prudence review would occur at the next rate case and the documentation would be provided there.
Okay, so there's sort of this, there's the word or as it appears on page 6. So the choice, the alternative proposals here are about when the documentation would be filed then. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. If in the next rate case, Pura found that the documentation didn't support the prudency of investments, would the company refund the portion found to be imprudent at that time? I guess another way of asking is the refund proposal also applicable to the prudency review?
Attorney Wheel, I'm not sure. It sounds like your question's asking for a legal conclusion, the way it's phrased.
You know, I've heard that objection a lot of times. I'm not familiar with it. Having practiced in court, I've never heard of calls for a legal conclusion as an objection. I've heard of it kind of going the other way, because I think I can ask your witnesses questions even about legal conclusions, and that their responses, despite them not being lawyers, can be offered for the weight that they hold. So I'm not sure I understand the objection.
Okay. I am going to overrule the objection more because I think the question was asking a factual question about whether the company is offering this proposal in the way that the question was posed. So I'm going to ask that the witness answer the question, and Attorney Whale, if you need to repose, see if.
Sure. I think I asked in a more sort of summarized way the second time. Is the proposal to refund that's included in the testimony, would that proposed refund be applicable as to any amount of plant that Pura found was imprudently incurred?
So just to clarify, if Pura does find that any plant is imprudent, what happens from a US GAAP perspective is I have an impairment of that plant, meaning I write it off. So I would no longer have that plant on my books. If that were to be the case, we would write off the corresponding plant, and therefore it would adjust the revenue requirement in the next rate case, but we would not, in this proposal, we would not go back and refund any prior periods because it would be, to us, retrospective rate making.
Okay. And there wouldn't be any refund then, would there be any accounting for the interest that's referenced in the refund proposal?
So you're asking me if we had overspent and we're asking for money back and we had the carrying charges and then Pure subsequently found it imprudent?
Well, yeah.
What would happen to the carrying charges on that? Is that the question?
No. The question is sort of more of a conceptual one, that I understand the proposal that, let's say, for example, that the company is proposing in the rate year I know, given that it's by category, maybe I'll just look at one of the categories. To spend, well, now I'm mixing expenditures and plant again, but just so I'm looking at a number, we'll use $110 million, which is the actual total spend for 2025, but it's as good a number as any. So if $110 million is the level of plant that's being proposed, and the company spent $120 million, but then Pura made an adjustment in the rate case to $100 million, customers would have paid for the sum total of $110 million. How would they be made whole for the $10 million difference between what was incurred, what went into service, and what was ultimately allowed?
I understand your question. One sec. So if we had spent 120, there was 110 in the rate case or the requirement, and Pure identified 20 million was imprudent, we would write off the $20 million. But we would write that off, and then in the next rate case, it would change the revenue requirement. We would not go back and impute any carrying charges on the amount in between that period. That's the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
So fair to say then that would be the normal, the traditional kind of plant treatment then, meaning that's what would occur in any other, even absent this proposal, that's what we would expect to occur in the next rate case. Is that correct? Under the same circumstances?
Yeah.
Thank you. Well, I apologize, Chairman. I'm just giving a heads up. I do not think we're getting out of here early today. I'm sorry. I'll keep going though.
Okay, well, we're gonna stop at 4:30 regardless.
I'm sure everyone is very happy to hear that. I have some questions about how the company defined the program as opposed to a project. This is discussed on page 16 to 17 of your testimony. I'm just hoping you can confirm my understanding, which is that a project would be an activity where there's a discrete set of work, like the company knows the exact location, time, and infrastructure that would be installed or replaced. Whereas a program is for reoccurring activities that the company knows will be necessary, but not necessarily when or where those activities occur. Is that an accurate understanding of the distinction?
That's correct.
Thank you. So is there a subcomponent of a program? Like, can a project be part of a program?
So it'd be more the other way around. Projects would be part of a program that would use smaller discrete projects, yes.
Okay. And I'm sorry, you said a project would be part of a program?
Yeah, was that what you had asked?
What is what I was asked? That's what.
Okay.
Okay. But a project wouldn't be made up of programs. There couldn't be like a sub-program under a project.
Correct.
Okay. Is there a functional purpose for dividing the activities into program and project?
Yeah, it's mainly for the oversight to make sure we have consistent execution of very similar work. A lot of the same steps are applied. The justification for the work is common, so it just saves on the amount of time administratively, and then also when we go out to bid, we're bidding a large group of work as opposed to smaller components.
Okay. So there's an example given in the testimony on page 17 on line 11. It's a program to install new services for customers. Would that be a program because, like, at the beginning of the year or whenever the budget's approved, you don't necessarily know precisely when and where there'd be new requests for new service?
Correct.
Okay. But if there were a discrete request for new service, that would be a project?
Yes.
Okay.
Right, within that program.
Thank you. That's a good follow-up because I should have asked that question. What about the pipe replacements through DIMP? Is that a program or a project?
That is a program.
Okay. So I understand how, like we just talked about, new service installation or even service replacements would be a program for the reason we just talked about, that the company wouldn't have an idea of the kind of scope of work when establishing the budget. But isn't that different for DIMP?
I mean, with DIMP, what made it unique, as Mr. Baker mentioned, was we have a dollar figure to start with, a regulatory number. But we still have a large scope of work that we could potentially do with that. And as was mentioned, the economics are part of the consideration, so it's not just, kind of take the first ones on the list. It's a multitude of factors that would go into it, that while we may know what the discrete pool of projects, potential projects are, determining which ones fit, there's a lot of different factors that need to be taken into consideration.
Okay. I'm looking at like CNG CIP 6. And page 35 of 1,133. So page numbers are important here. So there's a section, this section's labeled the CNG cast iron and bare steel replacement program. Is this the only program that encompasses DIMP activities? I mean, are DIMP activities isolated to just this program?
Yes, I believe that's correct.
Okay. I heard your response was, I believe that's correct, but I think the mic might have been off. Is that okay? And this page has a list of program categories. There are 6 items listed there. Are those items programs or projects?
Those are all programs.
Okay. So would it be correct to categorize the CNG cast iron and bare steel replacement program, which is labeled here as an overall program, as a program with kind of sub-programs within it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. So I apologize if this is to be focusing so much on this, but I'm just really trying to understand. Given that there are these kind of 6 distinct programs that all seem to be sort of their own programs that sort of meet the definition we talked about before, how is it that the overall kind of bucket of these programs is also a program?
So the common element with all of this is similar work, pipe replacement, the reason, or main replacement, service replacement, and what's distinguished here is kind of what is initiating that work.
Okay. Are you familiar with the term independent service? I'm not sure if that's the term used, but is there a distinction, I guess, between services for replacement services that are independent of a main replacement project as opposed to ones that are attached to a main replacement project? Does the company make that distinction?
There would be some differences. If we have a leak on a bare steel service, we're going to replace that individually. It is still part of the program to replace and get rid of all the cast iron and bare steel in our system.
Okay, so that sounds like that would be an example of a project within that program, right? Like that there'd be an identified leak in a particular, okay, thank you. I just had some questions kind of going through some of these categories. The services replacement bare steel DIMP program, are there only the kind of independent service replacements that we just discussed within there, or does that include costs for services that are part of a main replacement project also?
It could be both. As part of a replacement, let's say I'm replacing some cast iron on Street A. I've got services that are attached to the old main or the existing cast iron main. I install a new replacement main. I've got to either replace that bare steel with plastic, and we'll do that at the time of replacing the service so I can abandon the cast iron. At times, there are, I'll call it, services that are can be just changed over, transferred from the old main to the new main. There is a cost to doing that too.
Okay. So there's the second category, which is labeled, sorry, not category, program, labeled CNG leak-prone main replacement program. So given that there can be main replacement related activities in other programs, why is there a separate main replacement program? I'm still on page 35 of the exhibit 6, CIP 6, just looking at the.
I'm sorry, Attorney Wheel, can you repeat that question?
Sure. Based on the title alone of the program titled CNG Leak Prone Main Replacement Program, the question was if there's a distinct program that's at least labeled to be for main replacement. But it sounds like there are also replacement activities associated, but can be part of main replacement activities. Just trying to understand the distinction between like why there's a separate breakout for main replacement if projects that are part of a main replacement can be in other programs.
So let me see if I can restate it. So because the program itself is called cast iron bare steel replacement, why do we have kind of a subset called very similar leak prone main replacement?
No, I'm sorry. My understanding from Mr. Quirfield testimony just now is that you could have projects within, for instance, the services replacement bare steel DIMP program that are related to main replacements. Is that correct? So the question is, why is there a separate program? And I'm referencing the second sub-program here that's titled Leak Prone Main Replacement. I'm sorry to interrupt. I just feel like this has been happening a lot in this hearing. I'm just not sure at what points during the hearing I'm hearing testimony based on the knowledge of the witness who's speaking it, as opposed to the knowledge that's being transferred from some other witness who isn't sworn in and isn't on the record. So is it possible I could just get the answers from the people who have personal knowledge, and if the witnesses don't have personal knowledge, they can just testify that they don't know?
Attorney Venara, I'm inclined to agree with Attorney Wheel. If you want to respond, you can.
Sure. I mean, we're trying to be as responsive as we can in being able to provide the information in real time. I think we've appreciated having some of the latitude for our witnesses to consult with the subject matter experts, but with the breadth of information here, sometimes you do have to consult with the subject matter expert for the information. So we're just trying to strike that balance. If, on certain questions, if it's appropriate, we can take them back as a read-in or provide a late filed exhibit if that's preferable.
Just to clarify, I'm just concerned about the kind of clarity of the record. I guess I'm just not sort of sure what's happening here, because if a witness is testifying as to something that the witness was just told by an unidentified witness, is that the testimony of the witness who's speaking? I guess I'm just confused. I just can't imagine this happening in a corollary proceeding where someone else can come and whisper answers to a witness who's taken an oath and is testifying.
Okay, I think we are starting to eat up some time here too. So let's do this as we just heard. Let's try to streamline this by having the witnesses testify to what is their personal knowledge, and if there's a need to bring up a subject matter expert from the audience and swear them in, I can do that, or take a late file exhibit. But for clarity of the record, let's try to have the witnesses answer what's in their personal knowledge, please. Okay, I think I need you to restate the question. I got a little
Sure,
lost.
it was a terrible question too. The question was just if there are programs that can include projects that are part of main replacement activities, and those projects are within programs that aren't the leak-prone main replacement CapEx DIMP program, what's the purpose of the leak-prone main replacement CapEx DIMP program?
So we did clarify that some of these that were listed as DIMP were not in fact DIMP. They are part of the program because again, it's similar work, but they may not be performed because of DIMP purposes. For example, government projects typically are not done because of DIMP. They're done for other reasons. And so we can identify what that interrogatory was where we made that clarification.
Sure. Do you know that interrogatory, or would that be a read-in? I mean, if you don't know it right now, I can just ask for it as a read-in.
I don't know it.
Okay, thank you.
I think it's S maybe, because we had transitioned what I started to designate S as to a late file. So
It would be the interrogatory response explaining why certain programs within the cast iron and bare steel replacement program are not directly related to DIMP. Is that a fair characterization of what you, I just don't want to.
It would be clarification on which of these categories is not DIMP related.
Yes.
okay, thank you.
The program labeled, actually you just referenced it, Mr. Horgan, government project CapEx DIMP. What do the costs in that program represent?
So those would be municipal or state projects where we need to move our facility to accommodate a state or municipal project.
Thank you. So do the costs associated with those projects, and this might be responded to in the interrogatory response you're looking for, but do those costs get recovered through the DIMP program?
No, they do not.
Thank you. And this, I think, maybe perhaps responded to by that interrogatory response also, but I noticed there's a program here that's specifically labeled non-leak prone SVC replace CapEx DIMP, which I assume is related to non-leak prone pipe.
Correct.
So would that be one of the categories that isn't actually part of the DIMP program?
Is that service replacement, or there's?
I'm looking at I'm still on page 35 of exhibit CNG CIP, and I'm looking at there's a list there with 5 different ones that begin with CNG, and I'm looking at the third one down. So CNG, non-leak prone SVC service, I suppose that stands for replacement.
And that would be one of the ones I discussed about good pipe that can be transferred from the old cast iron or bare steel main to the new plastic. So if it's that, it could be included as part of DIM.
Okay. What would be the activities that would be included under the CNG customer gas work category, which is the last one?
Maybe a homeowner's doing a addition, we need to relocate the service. So it'd be something of that nature, typically.
Okay. And would that be a DIMP related project?
That would not be DIM.
Okay. So nothing, no project in that program would be related to DIMP?
One caveat would be if it was a bare steel service that we were relocating, we would replace the whole service and call that as part of DIM. But
okay,
I mean, typically they would be a plastic or, coated protected steel service, and we'd not include that as DIM.
okay. Thank you. I'm going to move on to page 37 of this same exhibit. Can you explain what this program charter form is?
Sure. This is what we put together just kind of to outline what the program is, what the expected expenditures are going to be for the year, and also to initiate the approval process.
And when you say you put it together, did you put it together for the purposes of this proceeding, or is this for an internal?
No,
form?
this is a process we've been using for a number of years.
Okay. That's what I assumed because I saw the internal use line, green lettering at the bottom of the form. So what's this document? Is this provided for the sake of this proceeding to show the approval of the budgets for the programs?
So the project charter's intent is to outline the reasons for the project, to show what work has been done to kind of create the project itself, or in this case, the program, talk about, what the spend is going to be, risks, and to get the approval from the sponsors to proceed.
Okay. And under the related programs or initiatives, kind of box on that form still on page 37. It's kind of halfway down the form here. There's a sentence that says, this is the 10th year of a state-sponsored program to eliminate all cast iron and bare steel services from CNG system. You see that?
I do.
What's meant by state-sponsored in that sentence?
So that goes back to our original 20-year timeframe that we had committed to removing all cast iron bare steel.
Okay. So the kind of state-sponsored means the
pure initiated.
Okay. And I'm going to move on to page 39 and the following page as well. I should have also specified to begin with, I'm looking at the publicly filed redacted version of this document just for the clarity of the record. These pages 39, actually all the way through page 44, it looks like these are various historical expenditures and budgets across the cast iron and bare steel program.
Correct.
Can you explain why these documents were provided in this filing?
It was in part to show that the history of this program, and also because it was going to be such a big part of our capital plan going forward to give as much clarity and detail as we could.
So it's sort of just, is it fair to say it's like a historical baseline to add maybe context to the request in the rate case?
Yes.
Thank you. Are those, and these documents, are they also used by the company in the regular course of business?
We do, I mean, one of our key performance metrics is our a mileage of abandonment. So yes, we do track these.
And like, what would be the kind of context of, like, what's their business use, these documents? Like who's looking at these in order to do what?
So this one was, I believe, specifically produced for this filing.
The one on page 39?
On page, correct.
Okay. And just for clarification, the questions I've been asking for the last few questions I've been asking about pages 39 through 44. So are all of these pages through 39 through 30 through 44 prepared for this proceeding?
Yes, so these were prepared in support of what we were asking for in the rate case.
Okay. And I referenced before that green lettering at the bottom that says internal use. So does that, with respect to these documents, not mean that these are sort of normal, internally used documents used in the normal course of business?
So what made this so unique was the need to get back onto the 20-year time period. And so we needed to do some additional research planning to figure out not just, hey, we've been hitting all of our spend targets to date, but we're not getting the mileage we need to. So we need to come up with, a recovery plan to get us back onto the 20 years. And so that's what this was prepared to do. And then we've just simply incorporated it into the testimony here to show what our logic was behind why we're asking for what we're asking for.
Okay. Is there anywhere other than the testimony itself that explains the intent behind filing these pages that you just testified to?
Well, I think it was all part of, the requested backup, which again, we did our best based on what we knew would be helpful to provide that backup with any specifics on exactly what was being asked for. So this was something we thought would be helpful in terms of the justification for the program, and that's why we included it.
Okay. I'm just asking, so I believe you just testified that the purpose of it, at least the document on page 39, and I'm not actually sure, but perhaps the documents through page 44, that these were prepared for this proceeding to kind of give a historical baseline understanding in support of the rate requests. But as I sort of jokingly referenced before, these are 4 pages within 1,133 pages. So was the expectation that the authority or the OCC or stakeholders would be able to intuit the purpose of these pages just from looking at them?
Well, I think there was, I believe, language at the beginning that kind of outlined what the purpose of this massive amount of data was to accomplish and what was included in it. And so I can't answer what we thought you guys would do with it.
Okay. Going to page 45. this document's labeled the matrix scoring detail. Can you explain why this document was provided?
So I just need my colleague.
Sure.
This table is the risk scoring for the segments for the leak prone replacements.
Okay, so this is a scoring matrix. The scores show the likelihood of leaks.
Yes,
Okay, and is this the document the company internally uses for that purpose to measure or determine the likelihood of leaks for a particular asset?
right. It's to prioritize. It doesn't predict leaks.
Okay. Does the company use this document to prioritize leaks? Or was this document prepared for this proceeding?
No, it's to prioritize replacements.
All right, I'll just ask maybe Attorney Venora again. I hear Mr. Langland literally whispering the answers.
I know the same answer. That's fine. It's my answer.
Yeah, I'm gonna, this is a panel. Every case I've been in at Pura, 90% of the time we're testifying with a panel. We have 2,500 interrogatories. We have voluminous testimony and we're trying to be responsive to your questions. Sometimes it takes time for the witnesses to confer, and that's what we're trying to do.
I understand that, and I want to say I appreciate that the company has brought these resources and the subject matter experts and it's available to answer these questions. I'm just specifically, what I'm hearing is one witness literally whispering an answer, and I can hear it, I think, because I'm up here, that's coming out of the other witness's mouth. So it doesn't seem like it's a conversation. And I just don't know why, for instance, Mr. Langland couldn't have just answered those questions himself, because it sounded to me like it was the exact same words.
Okay. You know what? It's been a long week. We're gonna call it a day here and come back Monday morning and resume with cross-examination from the OCC on the capital investments panel. And just give everyone a chance to refresh their recollections about testimony. I'm showing 4 outstanding read-ins, N, P, R, and S. Everybody on the same page with that?
Yes, we agree with that, NPRNS.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Oh, I don't want to do that, so.
Okay. Anything further before we adjourn for the week? So we'll see everyone back Monday morning at 10 a.m.
Yeah, we're gonna have to